Hmm. Good morning and welcome to Morning Brew. Yes, I must apologize for being late this morning. Uh, what's going on? Let's see here. And Professor says good morning. Bird Prairie Fly says kapla. The Germ says good morning. And good morning to you all. I'm watching the Weather Channel. And the Weather Channel sucks, Bird. And Bird says wow. So what's going on this morning out there besides the weather or the Weather Channel sucking? Let me go ahead and pin that comment. Of course, I find it funny. I had a there we go, share it out. There we go. Let's see here. You can pin that comment before I forget. Don't want to pull a bird. There we go. Come on. Really? There, finally. Well, it took an extra 10 seconds to do it, but hey, it's finally pinned. Um, there we go. So, well, I was unfortunately doing a little cleaning yesterday. Kind of tired myself out, although it is looking a little bit better. Somebody can run the vacuum, that kind of thing. But anyhow, okay. So it is Saturday morning, October 2nd, and the featured channel today is Michael T. of High Desert Comics. You can find the channel link in the description. He does a regular stream Sunday mornings, so or late night Saturday night, Sunday morning. Um, so go ahead, or no, what am I talking about? Sunday morning into Monday, whatever. Yeah, Sunday morning into Monday. Anyhow, go ahead, check him out. Michael T has High Desert Comics. And eventually I'll get some coffee. So, anyhow, so far today has been not the greatest, not the worst, but it's Bird, you're gonna have to teach me how to do whatever the fuck you do, because I can't just ramble off the top of my head. I can't do it. Um, I know you can, but I don't know what the fuck to talk about. So, uh, started late, and it looks like at this point ending early because there's not a goddamn thing to talk about. So, yeah, we had a 3 minute intro, and the show hadn't even lasted 10 minutes before being dead. Um, so yeah, yeah, fuck the morning brew. Um, yeah, okay. Something I see. I don't watch much of anything anymore. What the fuck am I supposed to talk about? Really? I, whatever. District 9. Okay, let me see here. What the fuck is District 9? Gotta be good. God awful movie. I'm having to Google it. Okay, science fiction action directed by blah blah blah. Okay, let's look at the IMDb. What the fuck? Okay, uh, uh, okay. Yeah, that just looks, I don't know, like a cheap, um, giving cheap version of, what is that Will Smith movie? I can't think of it. One of the aliens. Fourth, whatever. Independence Day. Um, uh, yeah, just looks cheap. At least I don't have to keep talking about nothing now. And good morning, Kluger.
Hello. Hi, how are you guys doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
Oh, I'm tired, but Sleep is elusive. Hello, Darius Munchausen.
Oh, good morning, Darius. How are you?
And Jeff is here. Hello. Do you have a cue of tea tonight? Or early or late in the afternoon here, Jeff?
Well, I know it's definitely not Independence Day. I just said that you've got this cover that looks like a cheap copy of Independence Day, is what it looks like.
Cool. Cool beans or brainy sex. Got to give him
Uh,
a couple little jabs, right? How is Berto Prey doing this morning?
I don't know. Let's find out eventually.
How you guys doing?
Doing okay. How are you?
Not too bad. Just breaking into new headphones.
Hey, Germ. How you doing?
Not bad.
Man, we got a small group this morning.
Yep.
Everybody wants to sleep in, I suppose.
I'm sure. I'm
It's
sure.
getting colder and easier to sleep and whatever.
And it is Saturday morning. So yeah, I just no.
Well, I don't know. I think some of your bigger streams are actually on Saturdays and Sunday mornings.
No, definitely not Sunday. But I sometimes some mornings like this is just like why bother?
Well, I hear you. I hear you there. Well, I haven't even been on anybody's stream for another month. I'm not
Where have
trying to
you
be.
been?
I'm not trying to be a dink, but I like to watch and I lurk in the shadows quite a bit.
Cool.
No sleep for me, Darius Munchausen says.
Sleep is overrated.
I don't like to be a dink, so
Go for it.
but I'm wondering where's Yvette? She should be around.
She is busy
Oh,
last
okay.
video. So
No, that's
and she's going to be for a while. She's going to be here on Wednesdays, but that's about it. The rest of the time, she may or may not be able to listen. Um, uh, yeah. Coffee. Coffee.
Oh, don't play that damn video. Just
Huh?
I was just saying, don't play that damn video. You know which one I'm
Oh,
talking about.
I know what you're talking
The
about.
the
Yeah.
Janeway video. Yeah.
And yes, definitely subscribe to Resolute Germ, who was whatever.
Yeah, the Saturday morning cartoons will be in about 3.5 hours.
Cool.
So, left me. I can't remember what the hell was playing.
Huh. Germ was feature channel a couple days ago, and today it's Michael T. Make sure you watch Saturday morning cartoons on Resolute Germ's channel.
I need to get some caffeine. I'll be right back.
And
Good morning.
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good morning.
How's it going?
Good morning.
It's going. That's how it's going. What's going on?
Hey, I didn't get any sleep last night, but yeah, so I'm here. Well, I guess I wasn't technically on time. Still a little late, but
So was I.
well, like Bobby Brown said, it's your prerogative. It's your show. Whenever you start, it's on time. Was it? Professor said, "Commander, set a course. There's coffee in that nebula." Yeah, I love that clip. If it's just the right amount of time to let you go get a cup and come back, or a pot. You know, I picture you just holding the whole pot.
That's basically about what I ended up doing. Well, you know.
Straight from the pot down the throat. No need for the mug.
All right, like in Stargate SG-1 when Teal'c did that. He just drinks like the whole pot. He's like, "Isn't that hot?" Extremely. Flicker knows what I'm talking about.
I know exactly what you're talking about. But Bortus did the same thing, so.
Yeah. Yeah, last time I did that, I ended up in the hospital.
Oh,
Just
no.
kidding. Yeah, my voice used to sound completely different before I did that.
Let's see here today. At least I set it to coffee. Good. Usually on by now. Guess I forgot to turn it on. So, yeah, I get to wait for coffee. I could be really desperate.
What, and use the Keurig?
No,
Yeah. You can always chew the beans whole.
that's true. I think that'd be better than using instant coffee.
So has anybody watched a good movie in the last week or
Oh, I
2
watched a
weeks?
good movie last night, but it's not new.
Oh.
It was this amazing movie that I'd never seen before called Jaws, and it was awesome. And now I know where all those references come from. Like the scene where they're comparing scars, you know. Oh yeah, I got one to beat that. And then he pulls up his sleeve. Oh yeah, well I got one to beat that. And he pulls up his pant leg. Classic. You think I'm joking?
Nope.
No, I've watched those movies. I know what you're saying.
No, I mean you think I'm joking about having never seen it before. But everyone's got some
No.
classic movie they've never seen before. That's sort of like the paradox of The Godfather, right? There's a lot of people who haven't seen The Godfather, and they all think that they're the last one. In fact, Curtis YZ, he made a whole series about watching the Godfather trilogy for the first time.
Ola P. Cat.
Morning, Pete Cat.
Good morning, Peacat.
It's hard to believe there are still some lucky few out there who haven't seen the Godfather trilogy.
Not a fan? Or you are a fan and they're lucky because they get to see it.
Overrated.
Woo!
Extremely overrated.
Hot take.
Al Pacino fucking sucks as an actor.
That is a hot take.
And good morning, good afternoon, the Random Menace. I don't know if I'd put it quite so strongly as a resolute term, but I do think it's overrated.
I don't know, every time I see Al Pacino, it seems like he's still doing all that cocaine. That's just how he comes off all the time. Maybe a little less strung out, but sometimes it's just like he's Scarface again.
Yeah, even in The Irishman, he seemed a little coked out. Oh, wow. That would explain so many of his movies, though.
Yeah.
How do you feel about De Niro?
He's done okay movies. He's just a putz in his real life.
Well, I don't know him personally.
I don't either.
So I can't
But you hear
refute
him
that.
talk about pretty much anything. Any of his public stances on anything, he's a complete and utter putz.
Well, most Hollywood people are in a little bubble called Hollyweird. So, yeah.
Yep. And even the ones that have some sense, some of them know that they have to speak and behave a certain way in order to get work and to be favored.
Mm-hmm.
So it's almost like code switching, right? Where they have sort of a dual identity in their head that they could switch between as needed.
Yeah.
Oh, and then some of them just totally drink the Kool-Aid and they're all in on it and they don't know the difference.
Yeah, some of them
Yeah, that'd be a good 95% of them.
Right. And if they're trying to cancel someone that doesn't stir up any trouble, like Chris Pratt, it's just because he's got enough sense to not drink the Kool-Aid and to keep his mouth shut about it.
Yeah, for the most part. Then people found out he was Christian and they won't stop going after him.
Exactly. Right. Well, you're
That's
probably
the one
conservative.
thing that really piss them off is if conservative is one thing, but if they find out you're an actual Christian, that really pisses them off.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Well, because they want him to say the things, right? And he doesn't do it. Just say the things. Because, like a lot of people that, that said sensible things and then they got canceled. How many times have we seen them come back saying the opposite thing and then getting work again?
Yeah.
Like, wait, that's completely contradictory to the thing you said before that you were getting canceled for. And then next thing you know, they're in a new movie. I mean, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure out what's going on. Which I'm not a rocket scientist. Or in Yvette's case, a quantum physicist. It doesn't take a quantum physicist to figure out what's going on.
Yeah.
I don't be overly impressed by the rocket scientists. I've known a couple of them. They're not that bright.
Yeah, they're really, really good at one thing.
Yeah. Can calculate the fuel usage for a fucking rocket taking up a satellite. Can't figure out how to get his car out of reverse.
Well, you want to know a secret? I actually, I can't drive a manual. That's probably not that big of a secret. You guys know I'm a millennial. We all learned on automatics. In fact, I tried learning how to drive a manual once, and it did not go well. But I would try again, but my friend was worried that I would break his car.
I could in an emergency situation, but yeah, no thank you.
Yeah, the manual isn't really. They say the performance is a little bit better, but nowadays, no.
Oh yeah,
Half of them have computer assist on that, so it's not really going to be a difference.
What? Oh yeah. I was reading the chat for a second. I thought you meant computer assistance on the actors, like Pacino, because they did use computer assistance to de-age him and De Niro in The Irishman. Now I heard, I don't know if this is true. I heard that Bruce Willis is now being digitally added to other actors. Do you guys know if this is true or not? And that because he's so, well, okay, I don't want to call him lazy, but he only likes to work one day at a time. And so he comes in to get scanned, and then they could put him on like another actor so that it's like a Bruce Willis movie, but he wasn't really actually in it.
I hadn't heard anything about that.
No,
I don't
but
know if it's really cost effective. What's up, Cap?
I said no, but wouldn't surprise me.
Oh yeah, because they want it. The studios, they want it. They want the rights to like a person's image, so that they can recreate them if they want to. Right? Yeah. Was it 20 years ago we saw commercials where they were taking long dead actors and putting them on, making it look like they were really there to sell like a stick of gum, and of course that famous Christopher Reeve commercial where he's walking around. That was kind of like the deep fake of the time. It looks, they put his face on another actor walking around. It was a really impressive commercial. And, but yeah, I think, because like we have performance capture now, and I've seen it. And I can't tell you where because I signed an NDA, but I've seen them where they can scan actors and athletes with like just a ring of cameras all around them, and then it goes into from slightly different angles, some more cameras in the front for detail on the front, and then it goes into a computer, like there's servers in the basement, which generates a 3D mesh with textures, because they have super bright lighting all the way around to get even lighting, and it'll generate a 3D mesh and the texture to go on the face and like arms and shoulders, and so they can using it's basically organic photogrammetry. Yeah, and so you can generate just a really high poly model.
Games.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. But it's too high polygons, so the modelers have to come in and take the mesh and like basically scale down the number of polygons and then streamline the topology so it can deform properly once they rig it and it has to move around in the game. But yeah, you can just scan actors and stuff into video games to look very, very real. And then that same actor can put on the mocap suit and perform that character. So you basically have just created an entirely digital version of a real person, which I think is how they did it for Avatar. But yeah, now we have deepfake. You could just put one person on another person. People do it on their cell phones. You've seen the Jedi Bill's deepfakes? Yeah. It's easily done on a cell phone, and it looks pretty good. And so, I mean, it's not like they just want, because it's like the identity, is so valuable to them for whatever reason. They just want to be able to do it. So they could put dead actors on new actors to bring people back, which is a little creepy. They want those rights. And some of them they'll probably get. I know they brought Peter Cushing back for back to life for Rogue One, and it was mostly CGI, but it was based on. I think they scanned a real actor, and it was performed by a real actor, but it was CGI, made to look like Peter Cushing, so it wasn't quite deep fake.
Yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if they had to get, the family to sign off on that. I would assume they did.
Who knows anymore?
Yeah.
And I have to imagine that the longer that an actor has been deceased, the easier it probably will be to get those rights from whoever holds them. Just like we saw with the Tolkien rights for Lord of the Rings, where Christopher Tolkien admired his father's work and was not going to let Amazon just do whatever they wanted with it. But then, as soon as he passed, Amazon came in to the grandkids with a new deal, and then we started hearing all these things about how woke it's going to be and how sexy it's going to be. So I imagine we'll probably see. You might see Bruce Lee brought back. I'm worried that we're going to see Brandon Lee brought back in some Crow movie in like 10 years. That would be uncomfortable for me.
That's probably a little too niche for them to actually go through with it.
Maybe. I mean, not to someone my age though. That movie was like everyone I know loves that movie, and it's funny. I didn't know for like a long time that was Bruce Lee's son.
Well, I'm just gonna say Kapla, Star Trek nitpickers.
And yes, good morning, Star Trek nitpickers. What's going on this morning? At least the coffee's finally done.
Wow, rain really coming down. I just know that, like, once they get too comfortable using these technologies to swap actors and revive the image of dead actors, there will come a point where they do something that makes me really uncomfortable. Like it's gonna happen. They can't not do it.
Oh yeah, I fully expect in the next few years them to plaster out John Wayne and to have him either pushing a vax or abortion.
Oh no. Oh, I didn't even think of that.
Yep.
Yeah, because you can make him say whatever you want to. Not only is it not that hard to find sound alikes, but I think they're working on, if they haven't already done it, like deep fake voice. So
that's old at this point.
Yeah, do they already have it? You just type into the computer what you want them to say, and as long as the computer has, it's like deep learning, right? Where you just have to feed it a lot of data. So if they have enough sound bites of the person saying different things, the quick brown fox jumps over the lazy dog, then they can make it say, anything that sounds like them with their cadence and their pauses. You could type out like, you run like the Shatner effect, and then you could type something in, and it'll sound like Shatner in Star Trek or Vincent Price, just by typing it into a computer.
Yeah, they basically got that all down right now, except for the cadence part. They still have a little trouble with that.
You guys remember seeing that digital Obama like 5 years ago, before people even used the term deepfake? Where yeah. And I was trying to figure it out at the time because my education is in 3D modeling and animation. I was looking at it assuming it was a 3D model. And I looked so close. I'm like, no, that's not a 3D model. But it looked so real because deepfake can do it two-dimensionally. And it was just a fake it's a fake image, because they use deep learning. So they had to use, luckily he's the president, or he was. So they had all these videos, so much video of him from different angles, saying and doing different things. The Queen of England would probably be very easy to deep fake at any age in her life because she's the most photographed woman on earth.
Yeah.
And
thankfully, though, those are now crimes in most locations.
Oh, thank God. And not just for famous people, right? But for anyone?
I would assume so, but after that Obama thing, I know, especially in England, something like that would be considered defamation of the queen.
Hmm. Right. Because it's inauthentic. And of course, for, porn, that was everyone knows that's like one of the first things they'll use any new technology for.
Well, yeah, that's where the money is.
Right. It's why VHS beat out Betamax.
Yep.
Hmm.
It's why VHS beat out Betamax. It's why Blu-ray beat out the Ultra HD DVD.
Mm-hmm. And yes, I just saw Jaws for the first time, and yet I do know what a Betamax is. For all I know, my dad might have one lying around the house from the 70s or 80s. He's got an 8-track player.
Nothing beats the.
Naked Gun. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. I haven't seen that since Bird played it. But other than that, it's been years.
Luckily, I don't think I've seen Naked Gun, any of them, since the 90s.
I used to love those movies in the 90s. I don't think I've seen them since then either. I was a kid, though, but I thought those movies were just about the funniest thing I'd ever seen. So it threw me for a loop when I finally watched Forbidden Planet. You know what I'm talking about.
Oh, fuck, what's his name?
Leslie Nielsen.
Yeah.
Not only was he young, but he was in a serious role.
He also has a episode of MASH that he's really good in.
Oh, well, I didn't get MASH as a kid, although I kind of want to watch it now as an adult because I think I would appreciate it a lot more.
Yeah, it's not really juvenile humor most of the time.
Well, yeah, just like the boob jokes and the man dressed as a lady. But yeah, well, because of the tone of MASH, because there were a lot of serious moments in between the comedy.
Yeah.
Leslie Nielsen was a serious actor for a long time until Airplane. Right. And what was the name of those brothers? Those comedy brothers that used to make those films. They made the TV show Police Squad.
Oh, fuck. Not.
Squad. Zucker? Yeah,
No,
Zucker brothers.
There was Mark Zucker, and he had a brother.
David Zucker and Jerry Zucker and Jim Abrahams created Police Squad, which starred Leslie Nielsen as Frank Drebin. Frank Drebin, isn't that the same? Yeah, that is the same character from Naked Gun. Yeah, same character. And they made Airplane. Oh, I think their first movie was Kentucky Fried Movie.
And good morning, COVID Kev. Yeah. Interesting name. How are you doing this morning?
He said Nielsen was also a murder victim in an episode of Columbo. I don't know if it was before he was famous. Yeah, when was Columbo on? The 70s?
Yeah.
I believe so. Early 73, 74, I believe.
Okay. Can you guys hear that?
Sounds like you're stirring something.
No, it's my alarm going off. I'll be right back.
Okay. Now that I heard.
Yeah, now that he stepped away from the computer, you can really hear it.
And good morning, Tim.
Yeah, hi, Tim.
That for coffee. No, I'd ordered a new headset and all, and was getting ready to, was taking it out of the box, and it's like, oh, the little light piece that goes on the side was off of it. I thought, okay, no big deal. We'll just snap back on. No. So I got it broken. Had to send it
nice.
back.
In the ass. Are they going to cover your shipping?
Oh yeah, it's free.
Okay, good.
Hello, world. It's Berto Pray by Kapla.
Kapla.
Morning Brew.
Clawbird. Hail Karoga.
Hey, bird.
Hail, Karoga. I just had a long discussion with my nephew.
Yes.
Apparently, he
Must have
wants
been-
to be a lawnmower when he grows up.
Cool.
Good for him.
And he says hello and goodbye for about 15 minutes at a time.
Cool.
But
Very
hey, it was
intellectually
actually
stimulating discussion for you, bird.
interesting to hear him say bye-bye, bye-bye, and
Aw.
hi, at the proper times of the conversation.
Right. Sounds like he'll be a perfect politician.
Ciso Bray can't commit to being a guest a co-host, but she will try to stop in from time to time.
Like I said, at least then people will have a reason to watch. Never mind.
No, I'm not getting him a leaf blower.
Yes, a leaf blower. A leaf blower for
Not in
nephew
this
of Prey.
house.
That's right.
It's a cold day in hell before he gets a leaf blower.
But are you going to force your own nephew to use a rake?
Yeah, damn right he's going to be raking. I used a rake when I was his age. Well, when I was a few years older than him. If a rake was good enough for me, a rake will be good enough for him. And Star Trek Nitpickers is the USS New York today, a new episode. Yes.
Awesome.
I'm looking forward to it.
What, did that new James Bond come out already?
It did in the rest of the world. For us, we've got to wait till the 8th in the United States.
Yep.
October 8th. For everyone else, it came out yesterday.
They might as well never come out here. Screw that movie.
Woo! Why do you say that?
Everything I've seen about it, and not to mention Daniel Craig is probably the worst Bond there's been.
Professor Brainy Specs bought a chair with Ferengi instructions. That's not good.
No.
The problem is you don't want to buy a Ferengi chair because they're all made for short people. Like
Yeah.
Mamo Prey would be typical Ferengi height. She might even be tall for Ferengi. But
where they had segments. So somebody was making.
Oh, and hello, Mar. Yeah, so I found that episode of Columbo with Leslie Nielsen. It was called Identity Crisis. It aired on November 2nd, 1975.
Wow.
Yeah. So let's see. Airplane was 1980. But, oh yeah, and then Police Squad was 1982. Wow, so Airplane was even before Police Squad.
Airplane, yeah, was like 78 or 79.
It says 1980.
Oh.
And then Kentucky Fried Movie, I believe was in the 70s. Which I have not yet seen, but I would totally watch.
I have not seen Kentucky Fried Movie.
It was the Zucker brothers' first movie. Let's see. 1977. Good year for movies. Directed by John Landis.
Let's check out a trailer for Kentucky Fried.
Anyway, then you spray the outside.
Does it come with biscuits and mashed potatoes? Or?
Mm.
That'd probably make it worth it.
Oh, right. There we go. I've got my... I'm adding to my...
1997.
What's 1997?
Basically, the right
Bird.
spray.
Yo,
What's 1997?
it says Kentucky Fried Movie 1997 official trailer. Now I don't understand because the
weird.
movie is in
They remade it.
1977. Oh, they remade it? Okay.
It's either a remake or a re-release.
Probably
Okay,
re-release. Most comedies don't get remade, right?
It looks like it was a re-release, but okay. I'm looking at the original 77 trailer now. It's the same, but not the highest quality.
Grandma, yeah. Grandma loves Johnny. Woo, 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 woo.
I'm watching it too.
Yeah. Ah.
Oh,
Headache clinic.
on the outside. of the
Oh wow, there's Bruce Lee jokes in it.
Put it in a skillet, frying pan. You know, hot.
That's not actual Bruce Lee.
No.
It's a turn. That's it. I guess it's just warm and fruit enough.
You know what movie was really stupid but really funny, but some people say is actually genius is Kung Pao Enter the Fist.
I've heard of it.
I agree on the stupid part. Not very funny.
I thought it was stupid and very, very funny when I saw it as a kid.
Yeah.
Some people say that movie is deceptively brilliant. Don't really know why, but it's definitely weird. It's the one where the guy he uses gophers as nunchucks, and he ends up like fighting a cow that shoots milk at him from its udders.
You know, I find it interesting. Most of the ones that are deceptively brilliant require taking drugs to understand fully.
Right.
Which,
That-
no, that's not deceptively brilliant.
Just gotta watch it in the right state of mind, man. Everything's funnier when you're killing part of your brain. That's how people justify it. They have to kill their thought processes so it doesn't look like the piece of shit it actually is.
Oh yeah, you know, I have a friend who has a photographic memory, and he's also like too smart. You know what I mean? You know, like there is such a thing as being too intelligent, where it's like hard to make friends and you know, relate to people. And so he would use stuff like you mentioned to dumb himself down, so for like social situations or specifically for watching movies, so that he wouldn't be able to figure out the end of the movie within the first 20 minutes. Because like being too intelligent ruins all the movies for him. And also he could only ever watch a movie one time because he would remember, every second vividly forever.
Whiskey will help with that.
Yeah, he used to drink a lot of scotch for a while there.
If he drinks enough, that whole eidetic memory thing will go away.
Mm. Yeah,
He just has to go on one hell of a bender.
Yeah, he had like a 2-year bender.
Hi, Joey. Oh,
But he's also the kind of guy that doesn't want to get too old.
I love you.
You know what I mean? Like he's like, I don't want to live to like, 80 years old, because he had like a genius father, and who invented the car remote, boop boop, and
That son of a bitch.
although the version he wanted the company to use was a little bigger and had a much wider radius, but the company was cheap, so just made it short range and really, really small. And he would build like reverse adapters so he could like plug his car cooler in at the hotel instead of having to use the fridge, stuff like that. But he also got Alzheimer's, and when he got older, and my friend was very young at the time, so I think it like scared him to where he just doesn't want to go through that. But if you guys know Hunter Thompson, the writer.
I've heard the name.
Yeah,
Don't really.
the name.
He wrote Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, and a bunch of other gonzo journalism stories from the mostly the 70s. And I think he said he didn't want to live past 40. I don't know why he picked 40, but I think he lived to around 55, and he deleted himself. And people's like, what? Why was he depressed? Was he? I'm like, well, I mean, you got an extra 15 years out of him, so it's
Yeah, I can understand not wanting to be infirmed or anything, but unless he is rolling around in a wheelchair at 55.
Well, I mean, he lived long enough to that he saw the movie that they made, and
That's
Johnny
probably what
Depp
drove him to it.
Well, Johnny Depp played the character in the movie that was based on the character from the book that was based on Hunter Thompson. And so, the hair and makeup department made him look a lot like, the Hunter Thompson of the time. And he actually went to, I don't know if this is his method, but he went to live with Hunter Thompson for a little while. And Hunter Thompson actually shaved Johnny Depp's head while he was sleeping.
Yeah.
So a guy of Johnny Depp's same demeanor.
Yeah, a real prankster. I mean, this is a guy who used to, have an elaborate breakfast of grapefruit and cocaine every single day, and read the newspaper. And I think he lived on his own property and would go out and hunt. And so he's an odd guy, but he's an interesting writer, an interesting character. He actually went to live with the I don't know if he lived with them, the bikers, the Hells Angels. He wrote a whole book about the Hells Angels. They like accepted him in, and he learned about their lifestyle, and he wrote about it. And I think they may not have liked the book after it came out, but
I kind of doubt it. I mean,
well, they liked him when he was with them. They thought he was cool. They accepted him. I don't know. Perhaps he. I mean, his style of journalism was a little unusual. It's why they call it gonzo. There were some embellishments, and sometimes he would end up like writing about other things more than the original intended topic, which is sort of the premise of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas. He was sent there to cover a race in the desert, which is an almost insignificant part of the movie. The rest is all about their journey to get there and all the weird stuff that they did while they were there.
Sounds like pretty much your typical journalist of the day.
Well, journalists now just well, they were just making everything up, and now I think they just feed it to a computer. I'm surprised how many articles and web pages are just written by AI. So, you go to look something up, and instead of you type in a question, on Google or DuckDuckGo, and it brings up a whole list of web pages, a bunch of matches, and then you go to read it.
DuckDuckGo stuff that's just Google with a different paint job.
Yeah, I mean, pretty much. I think
literally.
Yeah, it uses their engine.
Yeah.
But a lot of the articles they don't get to the point. You'll see, like, in the beginning, let's say you look up some vitamin or supplement, like, is this good? And then you get a page like, so you may be wondering how to maximize your health, without having to take a bunch of prescriptions. Like, yeah, get to the point. And then it's like, what is a supplement? It gives you a whole, like, I don't need to know that. Just get to the point. And, somewhere near the end, it may or may not actually get to the point. It has, like, kind of a vague answer. And you're like, all right, well, that was useless. Let me find the next result. And you go to the next result, and it's almost exactly the same article because they just use AI to write these.
Yeah. And that's how journalists are taught to write. Even when I was in school, that's the formulaic writing pattern that they were teaching.
It would also explain the spelling errors that you'll see in these professional publications that you'll see. It's like, you what?
Oh, yeah. The typos you see in headlines even is just mind-boggling.
Yeah, those you can pretty much assure were written by idiot journalists.
Right. Well, because
one thing you can give the AI, it has perfect spelling and perfect grammar.
Oh, no. I've seen some that
punctuation.
The punctuation is always perfect, but the spelling, not so much. Particularly if there's a close word. If there would be an example. There, how do I say it? Location, or there,
the ERE for EIR.
Correct. And that's an AI thing. Not knowing when to use the proper word.
Yeah.
That's better than most humans.
This is true.
I always remember this one sentence for they were using to see how good voice recognition was.
Yes.
If you would say the words recognize speech or recognize beach. Could you tell the difference?
This reminds me of using talk to text in Android on the phone, and you say something, and then it just comes out completely different.
Yeah, I have to use that sometimes, and goddamn, you try 6 or 7 times, and yeah, sure, close enough. Send.
Close enough.
And instead of saying like recognize speech, it will come out something like recognize bitch. And that's how stupid Google puts the talk to speak on their phone.
Or that's how toxic it thinks you are. Jerem, did you go to school for journalism?
No, I went to school for electronic engineering.
Oh, nice.
But even high school and even in the the tech school I went to, they had required English and writing classes.
Mm-hmm.
And none of them were focused on anything you'd be using in like writing a report or anything. Is like fucking journalism and novel writing. The fucking teacher they had teaching the class was a goddamn novel writer.
Mm. Was he resentful of his position?
No, he was like 73 at that point.
Oh, okay. Because if he's getting a whole bunch of electrical engineers coming in to learn about novel writing, they may not all be engaged.
He was a teacher at a freaking technical college.
Mm-hmm.
He is in his 70s, and he had spent his life as a novel writer and an editor at some magazine. Neither of which I think he is very successful at, because he ended up at a technical college.
And I would agree about the journalists. Yeah. Yeah, today's journalists are just bloggers and tattletales. Yep.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Well, I've heard that they're incentivized to write certain kinds of articles based on what they get, what they would get paid to write it. So you can either write this article, which might be more true or more meaningful, or for like $100 or for $500, you can write this other article that's all propaganda. And so that it basically, even if they had journalistic integrity, a lot of them end up selling it out because it's too easy to do.
Yeah, you can write what you want, but they won't pay you for it. Mm-hmm. Or you can write what they tell you and you can get your paycheck.
Right. Which I think is how Alex Kurtzman keeps getting work.
Well, the other thing is that you can write what you want. Doesn't mean they're going to publish it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Because you don't get paid for stuff they don't publish.
Right.
You can write 1,000 pages of the most groundbreaking journalism ever done. If they don't put it on air or put it in the magazine or put it online, you don't get a dime.
Nope. They own it, though, once they pay you. So they may pay them something for the rights to own it, but that's it.
Right. And then they can sit on it so that they own it, and now you can't publish it somewhere else.
Exactly. So they may pay them pittance for it, Okay, we'll give you $100 for it. We'll use it, 5 years when we can have somebody else rewrite it, and they'll make $500 off of it. No big deal. I don't think there's any integrity in much anymore. Just
well, the one place I find the most integrity is actually here on YouTube. Not everyone, but the people that I watch. I feel like they have anyone I watch regularly. I feel like has a sense of integrity, or I probably wouldn't watch them.
Well, that's because most of the people you watch are real people. You're not watching the corporate accounts that are, they've got millions of members. But yeah, because you're a fucking corporate account.
Mm-hmm.
And the ones who aren't are the older ones that, like, I don't watch, but like PewDiePie, who've been around forever.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's the only reason he got so many subs. His talent is, or his content is pretty much crap.
Yeah,
so,
well, and it's also consistent crap.
20 years. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I was watching Nick Rekieta last week, and he made a comment that that if all you want is your channel to grow really really fast, right, and work the algorithm, all you really have to do is make a very specific video, and then just keep making the same video over and over and over again, like 3 times a day, every day, and the algorithm will pick up on it. It'll learn what it is that you talk about, and it will be able to recommend it to other people. And that just made me think of a certain guy who does a lot of leaks, most of which are pretty dubious. I don't know, maybe I shouldn't say his name, but he does like 3 videos a day about, new leak from inside Lucasfilm. And it's, it's like kind of the same thing over and over again, right? But most of us, I think, have too much integrity to do something like that. It would feel inauthentic, and it's not worth it to have to do that.
No.
It takes too much time to do that type of shit anyway.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, sometimes shorter videos get more views.
Video.
Yeah.
Even a 5-minute video, most of us don't have time to do 3 of those a day.
Mm. Well, a smarter way I've heard recommended is like if you do, say, 1 live stream a week, if there are interesting moments in your live streams, you could clip those out and then release them throughout the next week as shorter videos and clips.
Yeah.
And YouTube treats it as like new content. Because the way it handles live streams is different, I think, than the way it handles videos, because they tend to be so long and they don't get as much replay action.
Right.
And so, which is why you see some of the larger YouTubers that do both. They put out videos and they do live streams. They end up taking down the live stream after it's over, and then they re-upload it as a video to a secondary channel, right? Like such and such live. So you can watch the archives on the live channel.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's always an option. But part of the thing
you can keep the chat though if you do that, right? You don't get the replay of the chat.
No.
Yeah.
I mean, there are ways to download it where you do, but at that point, it's just like you're not involved in it, so it may not be pertinent to you.
Right. So I guess they do it so that it doesn't negatively affect the analytics, to where you have all these old videos they're not getting watched, but it still enables people to go back and watch them whenever they want.
Mm-hmm. Well, I've learned, it's like, well, you'll hear quote unquote experts say, well, you only leave videos listed for 30 days. Yeah, I tried that once. I lost all my watch hours. I need to keep them live for 90 days. 90. After that, it's fine, because I get the watch hours every 90 days. I get enough watch hours to keep me over the 4,000 hump. Other than that, no. So by next week, I should be back up to the 4,000 mark, even though I have 12,000 watch hours. I just unlisted them. Yeah.
Does unlisting them remove the watch hours?
No. Well, yes. It's complicated.
No, it's okay. You don't have to get into it. I was just curious.
Yeah. It does and it doesn't. If you're talking about for monetization purposes, yes, it does. If you're talking about once you're monetized, no, it doesn't.
Speaking of monetization. Oh, no, go ahead.
No.
I got my first copyright claim on last Monday.
Cool.
And yeah, yeah, it's just for a clip from another YouTube channel that a friend of mine played, and it was about a minute, maybe a minute and a half long. And yeah, as soon as the live stream ended, I was checking the analytics, and it said copyright claim. They found it right away. I think they're able, either they scrutinize live streams more closely, or it's somehow easier for them to check than uploaded videos. Because you get copyrighted content uploaded on YouTube all the time that just sits there for years. But if it's on a live stream, they find it immediately, right? And so it says, how does this affect your channel? And how does this affect your monetization? It's like, well, it doesn't. I'm not monetized anyway. And but basically, the only reason I might be motivated to clip it out or blur it would be because YouTube can then run ads on that video, even though I'm not monetized, and then they would send that ad revenue back to the original channel. That's what I got out of it.
Yeah.
Right.
Depending on who did the claim.
Mm-hmm. So I haven't clipped it out yet or blurred it. Yeah. So, but the only reason I would be just to keep anyone who might watch it in the future from having to see an ad.
The bigger issue is they could also decide to region lock it. They could say nobody in the US or nobody in Germany could watch this video at any time without you knowing. So that might be, you know.
And as I've seen with bigger YouTubers, they've gone back years and just gone, oh, you got a strike. May have had a claim before, but yeah, now you got a strike.
A strike for copyright content?
And that's just YouTube. They will.
Yeah, you can get a copyright strike for content. Yeah. It's up to the person who owns the content if they want to issue a strike or a match. If they issue a match, then they can, you know, as you said, advertise, see your analytics, and do other things. If they issue a strike, it's a strike. It's one of three.
So the strike is
that
YouTube
can decide if it's a strike or not.
No, not YouTube can. The person who owns the content.
Yeah,
oh wow!
But YouTube can randomly match or strike your stuff down.
Oh, see, I thought it was only YouTube that could do that. I didn't know that the copyright owner could actually issue a strike.
Yeah,
the copyright owner is the only one who can issue a strike or a match.
Oh,
well, that's the letter. That's what it says in the policy. But YouTube's been caught striking content without anyone putting a claim in.
No.
Right, and their communication is so vague that they can almost do whatever they want.
Yeah, if they don't like the content for whatever reason, they can outright ban it, put a strike on it, just so you get the strike on your channel. So to punish you with that,
YouTube can do a content
match. Yeah,
a guideline strike.
Yeah,
not a copyright strike.
No,
there's two types
doing
of
copyright strikes too.
It's
against their own TOS, but they've been caught doing it.
I really think it's a mistake because it's not against TOS; it'd be against federal law. For a copyright strike to happen,
they break that every day.
There has to be a document trail for a copyright strike to exist. A Digital Millennium Copyright Act takedown strike has to have been issued. It has to have the person's name who issued it, the company who issued it. It's something you can fight in court. It's not something YouTube can fake. Now, YouTube can issue a guideline strike for anything they want. For you wearing the color purple on air. if they want to. That
Mhm.
is 100% up to them. But a copyright strike is a federal document that has a paper trail. It can't just be fake.
Yeah, but you have to push for stuff like that.
I find it funny both times I happen to get a match on a on something. It's like, yeah, whatever. It's supposed to be public domain. Just go show it.
Yeah. Well, for Moira's birthday, I found an old Batman movie, public domain from 1943, and which I didn't realize until it was about halfway through that it was 4 hours long. But we actually made it through the whole movie without getting like shut down. And I've checked, and there's still no copyright claim on it. Now it is public domain, but of course we have a friend who was showing public domain movies on his channel regularly, and they eventually got him for that.
The problem is with that, a lot of the things. There was, what was it? All of the public domain stuff get complicated. You'll see one list where it's public domain and another list where it's not. And,
Yeah, and it doesn't stop people from claiming it, even if it's public domain. They may
No.
not have the rights to it, and just throw it out there.
Good morning, MB.
Good morning, everyone. How's everybody doing today? Yeah, I was Darius. I was wondering if you were talking about that cereal, because you did say that.
Yeah, and you and Darren, I think, told me around the same time that it was a cereal that was shown all together. I didn't realize that, actually.
Yeah, that was one of those. That was one of those serials they used to do back in the day. You know, they were like 15 minutes long, had the cliffhanger, and then of course you go back the next week, pay your dime or nickel or whatever it was, and watch the next one. But if you didn't know that, I could see how you would have thought that was a long movie.
Yeah, it was almost exactly 4 hours. But
yeah, I know. I've watched it all the way through myself.
And it was so seamless that I didn't realize that it was serials, because it continues on like a normal movie.
Yeah,
and,
exactly.
The most amazing thing to me was that the villain wasn't the Joker, it wasn't the Riddler, it wasn't any of those classic Batman villains. That it was basically the Japanese Empire.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was based around you got to think of the timeline of when that happened. It was going on during World War II, so there was a lot of propaganda, installed in those kind of shows back then. Kind of like what we're getting now.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And quite frankly, a lot of the rogues gallery for Batman at the time didn't exist.
Yeah, it was only like 4 years into Batman's existence.
I think so. Didn't Batman come out in 1930 when he debuted in Detective Comics 27? Didn't 1936? So yeah, probably.
Oh, I thought it was 39. I thought Superman was 38 and Batman was 39. Look it up.
Okay.
Yeah. I could be completely wrong on the dates.
We're used to NB being wrong on different things. How words are said, dates, that kind of stuff.
I'm sorry, I can't remember the year Batman was debuted. It's not like any of you know.
Okay, Superman, it did debut June 1938. And cover dated June 38, published April 18th, 1938. And then Batman was where is it? Let's see, 1939. Yeah.
Okay, well, the Joker didn't debut until Batman. I mean, that was in Detective Comics when he was, kind of taking over the run when they found out Batman was a very popular character. But Batman #1 was the first appearance of the Joker.
Okay.
And I believe that one came out a few years later. That was when they started doing the Detective Comics and Batman and kind of having two separate stories of the same character. Similar to what they did with Action Comics, and they had, Superman in it, and then eventually they did a second Superman title because they were so popular.
Let's see. Joker 1940.
And when did that Batman serial come out? Because I don't think it was quite that soon.
It was dated for 1943.
Okay, so it's 3 years later. Yeah, Batman.
Let's make it 6. All right.
Yeah, Batman serial 1943, 50. Yeah, so yes, a lot of the Rogue Gallery would not have been created by that time.
Mm-hmm.
And good morning, Jared.
Good morning.
Morning, Darren.
Exalt Captain Trek, hail Karoga, Kerplop, and howdy to everybody else.
Oh, P-Cat knows his Batman.
Second Batman serial was 1949. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, you can actually buy the DVD. It has both serials. It's different actors, obviously.
Oh yeah, Slasher was saying that that Batman was more badass even than Adam West Batman. Because he was the fights were really fast paced, and he was really smacking them around in that 1943 one. And there was no.
Oh, sorry.
Well, there were no like visual onomatopoeias and bang. Bangs.
Yeah, I thought maybe they sped up a little bit of that, but I don't know. I haven't really checked the history of that one.
Yeah, I think they played it back at 2.5 times speed for the fight scenes.
Mm-hmm.
That was the common method for stuff back then.
Which would make sense.
Did they just slow down the film when they were filming it? Did they slow down the camera so that when they played it back at normal speed, it was faster?
I'd have to ask my friend Jack about that because he went to school for film history, and actually that's what our Sunday streams are about, history of film. So I could definitely ask him about that.
I mean, that was done. I don't know if it was done in those cases or not.
Yeah.
Because otherwise, I would imagine the projectionist would have to know when to speed up the film.
Right. It would have been done automatically, or as much as possible. But that's the funny thing. That's there was a time when you actually had a projectionist who was back there who actually did a job other than changing reels. Back when they were still doing that, now it's just to be unmanned.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, well, because most of it is digital now, right? So they just get the download from the studio.
Yep.
Are you fucking kidding me?
No, it's not all digital. There's giant spools of the film, but it's digitally enhanced.
Okay, I thought a lot of it was digital projection now.
Well, I know the AMC's gone total digital, at least around here.
Well, I might be seeing digital later today. My son and I want to go see the Venom movie.
It can still fuck up a digital movie though. When I saw it, Captain America, the First Avenger, it was out of focus for about 80% of the film.
Oh,
and because you could pay attention, you could see what was going on, but nobody got up and told management until late in the film, and then they fixed it like right around the time they found Bucky, I think, or they lost Bucky. You know what I mean? So that was, I mean, that was throughout most of the film it was a slight blur, and it's just
that, which could have been a lens issue, but a projectionist would have noticed that.
Right.
Sorry, Jeremy.
I have a funny story about theaters. When I was out at 29 Palms, when I was in the Marine Corps, we had a free movie theater we could go to, and you always had this guy who would the announcer would be like, goes, all right, they'd play the national anthem, we'd all get up and stuff, and he goes, do me a favor and keep your feet off the chairs. And then one time he literally goes, yeah, you front, third row, center, I see you. The worst part was
was that you?
We were watching the movie Cruel Intentions, and it's a bunch of horny ass men watching a movie about, shell killer stuff. And the movie would get muted, and we'd get like an announcement. Somebody has to, go outside and talk to their commander or something. It's like, excuse me, attention. And we're like, what the fuck? The whole crowd is like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
Yeah, that movie was a modern update of Dangerous Liaisons, wasn't it?
I'm not sure.
I think so.
I remember seeing Boogie Nights in the theater in uniform in Florida because we were underway, and it was the only movie that we could see before heading back to the boat. So we went and sat front row. We're in uniform, dress uniform.
Mm-hmm.
And at the very end of the movie, when Mark pulls out his prosthetic, you know what I'm talking about?
Mm-hmm.
We all stood up and saluted in the front.
Yeah.
And everybody behind us just started laughing.
That sounds like that sounds so familiar. That probably would have been something we would have done. It was just military. We're different.
Well, thank you both
Darren,
for your service.
Thank you for your support, Darren. What branch were you in? I'm just trying to figure out which dress uniform you were in.
We were in summer whites.
Oh, so you're Navy?
Yeah.
Okay.
You ever watch any of my videos on my channel at all? From a submariner's perspective? I mean,
let's see here. Submarine.
Grandpa, yeah. I don't see too many submarines in the Army.
I wouldn't know. It was never in the Army.
Well, I think most people who aren't in the Army could probably figure out there are no submarines.
No, I think I remember you telling me you were a sailor and a bubblehead, but unfortunately, I'm going to be honest, I don't always remember things. I got to be.
That's okay. That's okay. And B.
So what's
your family will take good care of you in the later years. Don't worry.
Yeah, cross my fingers. So what sub were you on?
USS Trepang.
I was just going to say that. I was afraid I was going to screw up the name, so I didn't.
Yeah. I only, while I was in the Marine Corps, I served on two LHDs, the Kearsarge and the Saipan. And I believe the Saipan is in dry dock right now.
Yeah.
But the Kearsarge is still out there serving. But dude, you couldn't. I got to give you all the respect in the world, man. I'd have been terrified to be in that coffin.
Not so bad. It's like being in a big mobile home camper thing.
No windows. Underwater.
Yeah. Yeah, there's a job for everybody. And,
what was your rate?
So I looked at the Marine Corps recruitment video, and when I saw that, I don't even know what it's called. It's in their obstacle course. It's that ladder made out of logs.
Crucible.
Yeah. I was like, nope, fuck that. I wouldn't be able to get over that. But even when, you could have dogs barking at me. You could have all kinds of shit. No, I'm not getting over that. So.
Now, the one that got me were the two things that got me during the obstacle courses at San Diego when I was going through boot camp was the climbing up the tower and doing the swing for life, because I am terrified of heights.
Mm-hmm.
And some people would, what happened was you're going down this rope and there's a big pool of water there you can fall into, but I was like so scared of that part. I just wanted to get the hell off the thing. I think I almost broke a speed record for that. It's just like, get me all this thing. No, I don't want to fall. Yeah. Fuck that.
Yeah.
But we went through. It was the obstacle course. The swing of life. I think you're talking about the over/under logs. But we had a 3-day. Yeah, I think it's the over/under logs. And trust shit, that was a bitch and a half. Mm-hmm. Getting over it, getting over one and crawling under the other one to go over one to crawl under. Yeah, that was a bitch and a half.
Well, it's just I remember seeing the movie Full Metal Jacket where, the recruit known as Private Pyle could not negotiate that thing, and later Matthew Modine's Joker character had to be nice to him and show him, okay, now throw your leg over, now you did it, okay, So I mean, yeah.
I'm actually going to be honest with it. Oh, sorry, Darren.
I was going to say, I could remember. I remember R. Lee Ermey at the top of that thing, just oh God, whatever you do, don't fall down.
I've got to be honest in that movie. What's funny is after I joined the Marine Corps, a bunch of us would sit down and watch Full Metal Jacket, and we watched the boot camp scene, and we're like, oh, they had this, they had that, those lucky motherfuckers.
Yeah.
They got the kit when they were doing pull-ups. Fuck that.
Yeah. You got to remember those were actors, though. I mean,
no. It was actually pretty accurate for the time. We were talking about. We were joking more about the evolution of, but boot camp was very similar to what was actually portrayed. There was there was a TV movie that came out a long time ago. I think it was called Semper Fi, but I'd have to check. And, it was a more modern version of the boot camp I went through. And they really held true to it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, the Marines that wrote us, the recon and force recon platoons that wrote us said, that was, R. Lee Ermey, that was my DI. That was very authentic.
Right.
And then, of course, Ermey hits, a guy, right, a couple times. And I asked him, well, what about that? And he's like, well, it can happen, but but most guys, they're not gonna do anything about it because they understand why it happened. And if you try to do anything about it, you're just going to prolong your boot camp experience anyway. So who wants that? Just get through it.
Oh, I saw guys get. We had a couple of times where they did Article 15s in front of us for recruits, and one guy got Article 15 in front of us, and he was recycled back, which he was told unblouse your boot, because there were certain levels we had. So at the very beginning, we would be walking around with our cami pants on and boots, and they were unbloused, which means they weren't folded up, and wearing our sweatshirts inside out. Then eventually we got to put our sweatshirts back to inside out. Then we got to eventually put on the full uniform, brown's our boots, got to put our iron our EGA on our uniform, because back then in those camis, you had to do the iron-on stuff. So, getting recycled like that and having to unblouse it. I mean, when they told him to unblouse his boots, goddamn, we were all like, everybody in our unit was scared like shitless, like, oh, shit. He's getting recycled that far back. And then we were on the Crucible, and I'll never forget this. We were on the Crucible, and we were about to go do the Reaper, which is basically the march, and get our EGAs. 3 guys, and I don't know what the fuck they did, but they screwed up so bad they got recycled back to T-Day 1.
Wow.
That was just unreal. I have no idea what they did to get recycled to T-Day 1. And quite frankly, I was too scared to ask.
Yeah, we had one guy that was kind of an insufferable little shit that got sent back too. But you only get sent back like 2 weeks when I was in the Navy basic training.
Mm-hmm.
So, the 2 weeks, that might as well be 2 months,
Oh, God, yeah. 2 weeks. Oh, 1 more day. Oh, we had a guy in our unit. We had a guy in our platoon that was really great guy. We all loved him. And right before we go to the Crucible, we're told this recruit is going to jail and going to spend the rest of his life in jail. Turned out he was an accessory to murder, and yeah. And apparently
he thought he could hide in the service for some reason.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
So, and the thing was, we didn't know who it was. We didn't know this guy Johnson was the guy they were talking about until after it was announced to everyone what was going on by the company gunny. Then our DI got us together and told us who it was. And everybody was shocked. Even the DIs admitted, it's like, I'm shocked. We had no idea. They thought he was a good person. Nobody suspected that. It was like one of the biggest fucking shocks on the planet for us.
Yeah.
Oh, Carlo, yeah. Space Above and Beyond. Yes, I love. Actually, I just bought that. I just bought that DVD set a few weeks ago.
What's that show like? I haven't seen it yet.
The show came out back in like 1994 or 5, and it deals with Space Marines. Basically, it's set in like 2050 or something. And the point was, we are going to another planet, and we get attacked by our first alien encounter, which we name them Chigs. And that's basically what the show's about. There's other things in the show other than that. And it had it was really a great show. It was actually something I absolutely loved. It was the first show that Fox canceled on me, and I was pissed after 20-something episodes. And unfortunately, no internet, so you didn't know a show got canceled until you eventually figured out it wasn't coming back on.
Yeah.
Wow, you must have had some pull there in your own imagination. Fox canceled it on you. Talk about grandeur.
But yeah, it was so it deals with the war with its Space Marines, their aviators.
Well, yeah, what it was they were in aviation school, but Arlie Ermy, just like in An Officer and a Gentleman, was playing a gunny that was training the naval officers.
Yes.
No, they're Marines.
Well, that's what happens at that's what happens.
Oh yeah, Arlie Ermy is playing a Marine gunnery sergeant, but the main characters were in a slightly different branch.
Yeah, but as you and I know,
they sort of muddled them all together.
Yeah. They merged them. Yeah.
Well, you got to remember at OTS or OCS or whatever they called it over there, they are still instructed by enlisted people, even in the officer corps.
Mm-hmm. Right.
I mean, in the officer corps, they are. In the enlisted, you had, and I don't remember what your DIs were called.
Well, that's a funny question because when I first started basic training, they were called company commanders. CCs, but then halfway through that changed to recruit division commanders. So we all of a sudden had to call them RDCs. You know, when I was in basic training, when I started, you wore the white hat with your dungaree uniform, but then halfway through they made that illegal, and then we had to change that to the ball caps, and initially they just said Navy on them, but then later they for the just for the recruits in basic training that you got one that said recruit on it, and then you get the one that says Navy upon graduation, and then when you go to your first command, you get the one that has your ship name on it and stuff, or your command name.
Mm-hmm.
So
Okay.
yeah, which is weird because it was more expensive to do it that second way. But
yeah,
I guess they really
better.
Yeah.
Rolls off the tongue.
Yeah, Carlo brings up a great episode, The Angriest Angel. He says was his favorite episode. Absolutely. I 100% agree with that. That episode was freaking fantastic. That just was a beautiful. You have to watch the episode prior to it too. But damn, they really had some great episodes. Yeah, the CG is dated, obviously, but it was still fucking killer.
Yeah. Angriest Angel, that's the one where McQueen basically gets back into shape to get certified, right?
Yes, that is exactly the episode.
Oh, wow. You've all seen it?
Line,
I have it on DVD right here.
Oh, nice.
yeah, I have it on DVD as well. It was, he gets that implant removed because that's why he's grounded. And, the best line of that whole episode is, "This one's for you, Winslow." I still get chills from that. It was fantastic.
Was the tone of the show more sci-fi or more military?
Military sci-fi, yes.
Yeah. It's a very good blend of both.
They had things like, one of the best lines was when they were getting with the enemy, "Take him out of my," the Commodore would say on the ship, "Take him out of my sky." Oh yeah, Carlo, meeting your maker was also a good part, but unfortunately, if you haven't seen the show, most people wouldn't understand what an in vitro was. Because there was not just humans versus chicks, there was also artificial gestated humans called in vitros, and then there was also the artificial intelligence, the AIs. So there was more nuance there was more layers to it than just that. The AIs, that's a whole different story. There's a lot of weight behind that. In vitro was, like I said, artificially. Basically, they made in vitros to fight the AIs, but the in vitros were refusing to fight. And both McQueen and one of not all of them, but some of them. Like I said, there's a lot of layers to that. The two of the characters in there, I believe it was McQueen. McQueen was an in vitro.
McQueen and Hawk.
Thank you. Yes, McQueen and Hawk were both in vitros. Yes, and they were called tanks, which was actually a slur. That was basically calling them the N-word.
The show sounds pretty sophisticated.
Yeah.
Like it's not just like a blam blam pew pew show.
Yeah.
No.
It's a lot of those Fox shows that they canceled really early were real good in-depth shows, and for some reason their exec says, "Oh, this can't sell. Cancel it."
Yeah, Fox has a terrible track record when it comes to science fiction. Even their one big success in the 90s, the X-Files, they could never follow up on it. They had this great show. They wanted to keep people there for 2 hours rather than 1 hour, and they kept starting new series and then canceling them before they could grow an audience and do what they were supposed to do.
Well, like Millennium. Millennium was great.
Right.
And it only got 3 seasons, and thankfully, because it was by the guy who did X-Files, we were able to at least get a finished product, because he did, that X-File episode where he finished it out. But yeah, Space Above and Beyond really had a lot of layers. It had a lot of character development. There was really a lot of good stuff in there. There are episodes. Oh, that episode where they're on the planet, and you know, I can't remember her name. Vasmus, I think was it. And she's doing the radio talk. And at one point, they're in the middle of a combat, and not them, but the ship they're talking to. And somebody gets on the radio and says, you know, we're busy right now, or something like that. Don't do. And T.C. McQueen just comes up to them, grabs the mic out of her hand, and says, "Thank you for the update. Don't you ever make them feel like they don't matter."
That's Sugar Dirt.
Sugar Dirt.
Yeah, that's the episode.
Oh, there's a reason why it's called Sugar Dirt. I know the reason why it's called that too.
Who's this guy?
What's up, peeps?
Morning. You know, you almost look like someone I know.
Oh, you knew me.
Well, the guy with the glowing eyes and the crazy backgrounds.
Oh, that guy? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, a lot of people say that. He's fucking nuts.
Nuts like a fox.
You look like a sobered version of what you normally do.
It's the camera. Shitty camera.
Morning, LDG.
Morning. I got my color this morning. Not too pale.
Have you seen the show, LDG? Space Above and Beyond?
Sounds familiar.
If you guys want to hear some reviews, I know Stone Loki's been doing the review of the show with certain other people on a certain day. I don't remember exactly which one it is, but
we'll be sure to avoid that. Thanks.
Don't need a review. Need a watch party for it.
Definitely.
Start watching the episodes. Screw the review. A lot of the reviews, a lot of the times I think they haven't even seen the episode they're talking about.
So here we go. You want to do a watch party? I got it. We can definitely do that, Germ.
Yeah, and that's going to be better quality. But Carlo also pointed out that the entire series is on YouTube. So I found it and I shared the link in the chat.
Yes, I did find that. But I just couldn't. When I found out they had it on Amazon, I was like, I'm ordering it.
Well, yeah, YouTube is going to be more of if you haven't seen it before. But
yes,
if you're
exactly.
a fan, you're definitely going to want to get it on physical media, which you already have.
Yeah, but I mean, if you haven't seen it yet, check it out on YouTube. It's really I think you're in for a treat.
Does it have like a Heinlein feel to it?
I don't know what that means.
Robert Heinlein wrote the book Starship Troopers. A lot of science fiction has
yes.
stamp on it.
Yeah, it's sort of Heinlein-ish.
I would say a little bit.
Yeah.
Because I have read
toned down a lot from Starship Troopers, though.
Well, even the movie Starship Troopers doesn't get Heinlein right. So it's
not even
he thought he was making propaganda.
I mean, I like Starship Troopers, but I mean, but it's not as authentic at all. It's a very loosened adaptation.
No.
Oh yeah, he is intentionally trying to tank it.
No,
well, it's a satire, right?
Yeah, it's basically a candy.
He made it a satire.
Nothing like the book, not even close.
Yeah, the book took itself seriously.
Very serious.
And there's certain lefties that can't do a book like Heinlein without making fun of it because they don't believe what he's actually saying in the book.
Right.
Also, sorry.
It's like when a lefty gets assigned to write the Punisher in Marvel Comics. You can always tell he doesn't want to write the Punisher, but this is the only gig he has left because then all of a sudden the Punisher is either an idiot or accidentally doesn't kill anybody that he is not supposed to, and things like that. When instead of him being a trained professional that knows what he's doing, the same thing kind of happened here with Paul Verhoeven and Starship Troopers. He did not agree with any of the socio-political statements made in the book, and decided to turn
he
it
downright
into
hated it.
Yeah,
he turned it into,
His intention was to make a horrible movie and to kill Heinlein's reputation, so no one would ever think to make anything into a movie again.
Oh, I didn't know it was that serious.
Yeah, he transformed the human government and military into essentially a totalitarian Nazi-like regime for the movie. That's why that Doogie Howser had an outfit that was very similar to a Nazi SS uniform at the end. It was like this, this is what what would have happened if the Nazis had won or whatever, that kind of idea, and so that's why it was. But I still like the movie. I think it's fun. There's a lot of things in there that that veterans kind of appreciate some of the humor there. But but I mean, just the shower scene alone, which is funny because at that point in the 90s there was a lot of women in combat, things like there wasn't women on submarines yet, and it was almost like they were trying to say, okay, this is what it would be like if you allowed this to happen. You had men and women showering together and not having an orgy. How ridiculous that would be. So unless they're on some kind of drug.
Right. I didn't realize it was a satire when I saw it as a kid, but apparently a lot of adults, at least in the States, didn't realize it was a satire either.
Yeah, they didn't. A lot of people didn't get it. I mean,
I took it.
Unfortunately, a lot of people didn't know it was based on a book either.
True.
Yeah. Another great moment I thought was how they would show human bodies all over the place. Buenos Aires gets wiped off the map by a bug meteor. They show dead people lying all over the place. But then when they're showing you footage of them examining / torturing the brain bug, they censor it.
Yeah. Oh, I didn't even think about that.
Oh, I didn't even think about that either.
They're perfectly fine showing you people getting blown up, torn apart, and everything. But when it came to that bug, or when it attacked a cow, like they had a regular enactment warrior. They censored that. Yeah.
And yet, when Neil Patrick Harris is telepathically communicating with it, he gets so happy that it's afraid. It's afraid.
Yeah. And everybody cheers. Yeah. It's just
Yeah, and in the book, though, the war is really just a backdrop, and the book is actually really the story of Juan Rico.
Yeah.
And his, said there were certain elements, but the book was very serious and very political and very set in that way. Whereas the movie was just, come on, it was a fun romp with silly propaganda stuff, and you can't take it seriously.
I'm doing my part.
Yeah, the movie you can't take seriously, but the book you can, because there's a lot of really thoughtful things that are being said there about the whole concept of a society in which you have citizens and civilians,
right?
And the idea that in order to you have the right to vote, you have to agree to some term of service, and in the book, of course, it's not just military service; it's any kind of federal service. So even if you have no arms and no legs, and you want to serve, they will find a job for you, and it's actually quite humanitarian. But of course, in the movie, they strictly talk about just military service, and they consider like being a mailman to be federal service in the book. So as long as you can,
infantry made me the man I am today.
Yeah, exactly.
No
He's missing both legs. Yeah.
Well, remember what he says in the book too is Juan actually, and I refer to him as Juan and not Johnny, so we can talk the difference between the two characters. He sees that desk sergeant who did that, and he had those no legs on, but he has his artificial legs on afterwards. And he has a talk with him. He goes, yeah, we do that because we want to, it's done to actually scare people away, to let them know how dangerous the service can actually be. He's like, look, we can find a blind, deaf guy a job, but,
Yeah. The only people who cannot get federal service in the book are people who cannot comprehend the oath. So if you're significantly mentally retarded, or you're schizophrenic, or something like that, those are the only people who are and those are people you wouldn't want probably voting anyway.
Which
I'm
then
just
kind of
kidding.
leads into the.
I'm just kidding. Within the context of the book, that's how they make it sound. But
right, and the book takes it seriously.
Right, a person in a coma can't, submit for federal service, for example. Yeah. I wasn't suggesting that mentally retarded people in today's United States shouldn't vote. I was not saying that. I'm just talking about the world in the book.
Yes.
But there were a lot of ideas in that book that a lot of people on a particular political stream felt were dangerous because they made too much sense. And that's one of the reasons why you will never get an accurate screen depiction of Starship Troopers. They will make a movie that's designed to steer people's attention away from the book rather than to the book.
Yeah, I don't know. I guess they could reboot it, do a serious one.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's kind of
but to do something similar, authentic to the book, I mean,
it's almost as bad as an Ayn Rand movie. Like an Ayn Rand book. You will not get Hollywood to make one. You'll get some private film company to make one, like they did. More recently, they made an attempt at doing Atlas Shrugged. But
I remember that.
And then of course, bother to watch the animated series by chance?
Atlas Shrugged, the animated series.
Oh no, the Starship Troopers.
The Starship Trooper ones.
Oh, I saw that as a kid. Yeah, I grew up with that show.
Yeah, I've been looking for that
Roughnecks.
on the DVD. Fuck, they went, I think, 1 or 2 runs, and now they're all so expensive.
I never saw it. Was it good?
I thought it
was pretty good.
It was pretty mature for a kids show. It had very realistic animation.
The bugs got to Earth, but there was a lot of underlying concepts that you never.
They had one job, Rico. Fuck.
Yeah, they go. The later campaigns of it, they go sort of the way of Starship Troopers 2.
Yeah,
they get sort of questionable.
I think that show came out before Starship Troopers 2, if I'm not mistaken.
I think.
Or am I wrong?
As I remember, is about the same time.
Isn't it called Starship Troopers: The Roughnecks?
Yeah.
Roughneck Chronicles.
Yeah, and it follows Razak's Roughnecks.
Radchak's Roughnecks, right?
Radchak's Roughnecks.
It's supposed to be Ratchak. They changed it for the
series.
In the
they did. Okay.
In the series, it was Razak.
Gotcha. Huh. Michael Ironside. You know what to do.
So the CGI was not as good as we have now, of course, but it was in a more realistic style. For a kids show, it was very different.
And they had some of the gear that you read about. From what I understand, it leans a little bit more closer to the books. They had the walkers. They had a lot of the heavy vehicles that I think the book readers read about. I don't know if it covered the same plot lines. I've never read the book, so I can't really speak from personal experience on that. But
one of the things you notice right away when you read the book is that the bugs were humanoid. They were insect, but they were actually humanoid. They weren't like the ones in the movie that were all different. They were bipedal, and things like that. And the big innovation of the book, the thing that everybody remembers it for, was it was the first science fiction project that had something called powered armor. So basically, every you look at everything from Fallout 4 to even Iron Man to an extent, always a little something to Starship Troopers and Heinlein's concept of the mechanized power armor.
The exoskeleton, kind of like a show I really loved as a kid that I thought was very mature for its time was Exo Squad.
Oh, I love that show.
I love that show too.
I got so mad at Fox when they stopped playing them in order. because it
Fox
was
does.
really confusing. I was like, okay, wait, they were just here. Why are they here now? Wait, this, and they started doing that in like season 3 or 4.
Yeah.
When they got that second like little sub team that wore the lighter exosuits, and that's when it started getting completely botched and out of order. I was like taping every episode at the time.
It was the first cartoon I think most of us saw a character get killed. That wasn't a robot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, if you watch Johnny Quest in the 1960s Johnny Quest film or cartoon, people got killed all the time in that cartoon.
Yeah.
And I'm shocked that it's allowed.
Robotech. Robotech people died all the time too. But I mean, this one, there was, I mean, you saw fleets get destroyed. You know, no names died. You know, you got the sense of loss. And it was unique.
The first avatar, or the first name I ever used when I was doing online finally came out, and I was in chats and stuff, I referred to myself as Kaz, and that was because of Kaz Takagi. And I was so mad when he died.
Well, anytime when you're a kid, especially when you're watching cartoons, there's a general rule that's not explicitly stated, but the idea is that this is safe entertainment. That you're not going to get too dramatic, you're not going to get too harsh, things like that. And so when a character actually dies in a cartoon, it's always a shock. It almost seems like a
it was an outright ban for most of the 80s.
Yeah. You know, so I mean, even like in Transformers, when Skyfire dies, that was like, what just happened? You know? Yeah.
They actually died in the movie. I don't recall them actually dying in the series.
Oh yeah, Skyfire died in the series, but then
Skyfire
2 or 3 episodes later, two or three episodes later, they brought him back, and I think he was redesigned.
I think he was buried in ice.
He was buried in ice, and they brought him back. Yeah. But he was, I think,
death.
Skyfire was right, but for the purposes of that single episode, he dies at the end, and they eulogize him and everything as if he's dead. And then obviously somebody decided, hey, that's not a good idea, and they brought him back, but they also brought him back with a redesign so that he wouldn't conflict with the Robotech design upon which he was based.
He always had that look in the show.
Yeah.
They didn't really change him in the show. They designed him differently in the show because of what you're saying. Yes,
right.
His character was always like that in the show.
Yeah, he had a face with a moving mouth and stuff like that.
Yeah.
They made some changes.
They made him into a big cargo jet or something instead of a fighter plane.
Yeah. He was Starscream's buddy back in the day. Yeah.
But if I remember correctly, there was such an outcry about Optimus Prime dying in the movie that when they killed off Duke in the G.I. Joe movie, they had to add that scene that Duke didn't die. He's actually okay because they
in a coma.
Into the coma.
Yeah, they wasn't
that because of it killed the Transformers toy sales.
That too, but I mean, they got letters from parents who were upset because they took their kid to see the Transformers movie and they cried all the way home. This idea that you just killed all their toys, to make room for the new line, and so they got a lot of angry letters. The idea that cartoons are supposed to be safe for kids and all that kind of stuff. When we go to no parent expects that it to be a traumatic experience and all that horse shit. But with G.I. Joe, they clearly. They made some changes. The blood that came out of Duke when he got hit with the Serpentor's staff was changed to a light purple color, so as not to look like blood. And then they had Scarlet. They brought the voice actress for Scarlet to say 2 lines. He's fallen into a coma. And then they had the medic character, I can't remember what his name, Lifeline, I think, radioing in saying, "Hey, Duke's pulled out of his coma. He's gonna make it." But none of that was happening on screen. It was stuff you overheard.
Right.
Because
Yeah,
that was
they they were like, oh shit.
Yeah. And not only did you kill off a bunch of Transformers right in the beginning of the Transformers movie, but you did it to rock music. I mean, you glorified it. People were really upset.
and it was and the worst part was like right at the beginning of the movie, you watch like 4 or 5 of your favorite Transformers just die right there. Just and I'm like I know these guys have taken harder hits than that. Like, come on, really?
Yeah.
Jeez.
Well, I mean,
Ratchet,
it was
Ironhide,
you had Cliff Jumper, the cute one that had like Casey Kasem's voice, you know. And then they replaced. What do they give us instead? Fucking Wheelie. That annoying little
hot rod guy.
thing. Hot Rod too.
Oh God, Rodimus stand tall. Rodimus Prime. Screw you. What did you do to
How do they go through 3 primes in that damn movie?
NB, you're still not over it.
Nah, still not over that one.
Ultra Magnus doesn't count.
I'll be honest. When G.I. Joe the movie came out, I was profoundly disappointed in the whole revelation behind where Cobra actually came from. The whole Cobra Law thing, and I was like, what? So they weren't humans. They weren't created as a human organization. They were a plant from some prehistoric civilization. I just thought that was
mutant weirdos that
really bad.
That had the worst toy line ever. I mean, oh God.
Yeah. I mean, the only funny part of that movie for me was when Sergeant Slaughter got to kick the tar out of Nemesis Enforcer at the end. This one's for Duke. This one's for me. And it was so comical.
This one for America.
And then he grabs him. You make me sick.
That was the best line of the movie.
I had a Sergeant Slaughter as a kid, and my mom always kept walking my way. What are you yelling for? I'm playing with Sergeant Slaughter. And he yells a lot.
You yell a lot too. But the funny thing to me was that Sergeant Slaughter was way more buff in the cartoon than he was in real life.
Yeah.
He looked like a beer guzzling truck driver in real life, but in the cartoon he was more buff than Hulk Hogan.
And then he was doing USA Up All Night stuff as Sergeant Slaughter.
Yeah.
Actually, didn't he do some intros for G.I. Joe later on in syndication?
He did, yeah.
Yeah.
They also had an interesting thing. The Refrigerator Perry was a member, but you had to get his special figure through some hoops and ladders and things that you had to jump through.
Oh, yeah.
What it was.
You had to send in the proof of purchase points and stuff.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I actually think I got that.
I had to get Reflector by doing that crap.
Reflector, yeah, the camera. We saw like once or twice, yeah.
I think I actually remember ordering one of the G.I. Joes. I don't know if it was that one. But I remember one that was like a special order you had to do where, you couldn't buy it at the store. You got to, what was it? They said you can't buy it. You got to earn it. And then, that was their marketing play of getting you to buy more toys and then cut your proof of purchases out and put them in the bag. Yeah, I did that. Well, my parents did that, but for me. I remember that.
Yeah, in the initial runs, man, I saved all my proof versions. After we finally got Reflector, my mom's like, "We're not doing that again." Okay. I got him, Admiral Akbar, because at the time he was a promotional figure. Mom was really proud about getting that. She's like, "I got the guy for you. What guy? He has a red head." I don't know who that is, Mom. I'm like, at the time, I didn't know who she was talking about.
That's my mom too. She's like, she has one piece of information. She expects you to figure it all out.
It's the fish guy. Okay, I think the Emperor was also a promotional figure. We got him. So.
And have a good day, Carlo.
And then you had, this other fantastic thing that a lot of people thought was a hoax for many years, Wondar. You know about Wondar, right?
Why does that sound familiar?
It was a He-Man figure. He was just like He-Man, but he had brown hair, and he came with a loaf of bread, and he was a promotion from Wonder Bread. You sent in like proof of purchase, and you got this weird colorization of He-Man where he had like brown hair, he had Zodak's chest plate, then he had a couple of weapons from some other toy line that barely fit into his hand, but it was Wondar. And then later on, somebody made a recreation of Wondar, and I don't know if he came with a loaf of bread or not because it just looked like a great big turd. But the recreation of the figure, the guy included a loaf of bread. So yeah, Wondar.
Wow. I don't remember that one.
Yeah, very short-lived.
But I don't think I've ever seen one personally. I think I've seen it online.
Huh.
Jeez Louise, I can't remember that. I totally forgot about the proof of purchase thing.
Well, yeah, there's certain things that kids today don't know about, like proofs of purchase and self-addressed stamped envelopes.
Oh yeah,
yes.
And good morning, Geek Hero Bubba.
Yeah, they don't know about pencils and cassette tapes either. We won't get back into that one.
Yeah.
Or about putting tape over a little part of your VHS tape.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Or any tape, really. It'll work on any tape, even
Any
audio
tape.
cassette.
Yeah.
Yeah, any tape.
Cassette tapes are the same way.
But no, the self-addressed stamped envelope, and kids are like, "What was that?" I'm like, "That's where you take an envelope, you make it out to yourself, then you fold it up and put it in another envelope and send it to the." I'm like, "Why would they want that?" And it's like, well, it's for contests. I mean, every Nickelodeon contest back in the early days, you had to send a self-addressed stamped envelope or a SACE to it.
Yeah.
And to them, that's just archaic.
Oh yeah, back when.
Why don't you just send them an email? There was no email, you idiot.
Yeah, like you used to send those self-addressed. If you wanted to get, you can't do that on television to come to your school.
Right.
You'd have, yeah.
Which every administrator would just love, of course.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, my parents barred me from watching that show. I'm like, why?
Yeah, mine did. They thought my parents thought it was just brainless, and they were right. I mean, but it wasn't designed for them, and also because there was only one TV in the house.
My folks didn't like it because they thought that the kids were disrespecting adults. Well, okay, whatever.
They were.
They were. Yeah, it was a comedy show. You can't really make a kids comedy show without having a couple of adults that they can get.
What do you think's in? Yeah, but things like that. What do you think's in the burger? I heard that.
Yeah.
This is just the introduction to the opposite sketch. I mean, for us, it was entertaining and fun. And then you're just waiting for someone to say water or I don't know.
Yeah, or the catchphrases. Yeah, the locker jokes were the worst.
I felt bad for the girl that was nicknamed Moose. I didn't think she was that bad looking. I was like, what's wrong with her? Why is she called Moose?
Christine McGlade was her name, and she's still like a ranking executive at Viacom. She got into that shit. Oh yeah, she was not just an actor there. She was actually had like an internship, in management there. And so when Nickelodeon was essentially sold to Viacom, she got moved up. So
Blue Skies, Barfy Burgers, girls.
Yeah.
That was always my favorite scene. Was that whole thing there with that? All the Blue Skies, Barfy Burgers, girls. They're chained up and they're thinking they're getting out.
Yeah, the detention is a dungeon where you're chained to the wall, and they have a German there and stuff.
And a dead body next to him.
Yeah.
Which is, it was a skeleton, but still.
Skeleton, yeah.
I forgot. Didn't he even have a name?
He might have. I don't remember. And some of the actors you remember, I mean, I always remember Kevin Kubicheski. He kind of grew up on the show. We saw him get older. And in the latter days, Alanis Morissette was a cast member.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
You didn't know that?
I gotta look. I gotta Google that.
Who was?
Remember how? Did you guys watch Double Dare?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, for a while.
Oh, she was the one with the frisbee head.
Her character was called Alanis because that was her name.
Mm-hmm.
When they wore the stripes. See, Alanis Morissette. Yeah, that's her. Holy shit! Wow.
Oh.
Yeah. All you have to do is type in Alanis.
Dude, I knew Alanis Morissette before I knew Alanis Morissette.
Yeah.
Hey, there's Alanis Morissette getting green slime dumped on her face.
Yeah.
Twice.
No wonder
3
he's so
times.
angry.
I always wondered what they made that slime out of. You know, if it was like
It's actually a mixture of applesauce. It's green applesauce mixed with some kind of jello.
Oh,
Yeah,
really?
Kevin Kubichevsky used to eat it.
It sure didn't look.
Yeah, it was edible.
Yeah.
It was absolutely edible.
Absolutely edible. It wasn't toxic sludge or anything like that.
Yeah, it wasn't. Yeah.
That's what they wanted
because
you
I
to
should
go
try it over at when Nickelodeon first opened up at Universal. This is back when I was a kid, and I used to go to like theme parks by myself.
You were an adult.
And,
Don't keep yourself.
Yeah, they opened up the Nickelodeon. They had the slime. Now, unrelated. No, well, related or unrelated. I don't know. Anyway, some kind of related. They had a slime fountain in front of Nickelodeon.
No
but
shit.
that slime you could not eat. That was not slime. It was just like green goo water.
Sewer water.
Yeah.
And they had to put a sign, don't eat this.
Repurpose sewer water.
Yeah. But when you went inside, I mean, it looked like slimish, but you could tell it wasn't the the gooey slime, you know?
Yeah. It
Like
wasn't
what
the
they made
edible
it look like
stuff,
on TV. But when you went into the show and they brought you through Soundstage 12 and all that crap, or 54 or whatever, they had the real stuff and they showed you, and you could try some. It's like, yeah, edible, completely edible.
The thing that got me was how everything was just a little bit off, and then years later, of course, I found out this was a Canadian show made in Canada, and when they would interview kids at high schools, there was always Canadian high schools, and that's why you couldn't recognize in the United States. You know, you couldn't recognize like where they were, or you know, and sometimes they're. Canada still look like the 70s, the way people dressed and everything, well into the 80s, and so it was kind of hard to tell when the show was actually made and such.
Yeah,
Well,
but I remember,
Double Dare was filmed at Orlando.
well, when
moved there.
Viacom bought them, that's when everything moved to the United States, because Viacom, of course, bought them, and they also bought MTV right around the same time and kind of combined the two. And that's also when you started seeing commercials on Nickelodeon for the first time. I was a big fan of Nickelodeon when you didn't have the commercials, because what they would show instead was short films, animated films from other countries and things, stuff that was interesting. Or they'd have little documentaries about how to make how transistors are made or something. It was like a fun educational experience, but then as soon as Viacom took over, boom, Skittles ads. Yeah.
No, they still had those little shorts after they had the commercials mixed in.
I don't remember seeing them afterwards, because the commercial breaks were there to make money, and they didn't make money with the short films.
Yeah, they were truncated a lot. Yeah, but they still had little blurbs like a minute.
A lot of people don't know that originally the network itself was called Pinwheel, and that the show Pinwheel was...
There was a show called Pinwheel. God, I couldn't take it.
But the network was called Pinwheel at first, and the entire network was that show. And when they changed it to Nickelodeon, they repackaged all that footage into the Pinwheel show, which I was on for about 3 hours every morning. And
I couldn't stand Pinwheel. Oh God,
well,
I could not stand that show.
Pinwheel was, it was basically Sesame Street, except they didn't teach you ABCs and 1, 2, 3s. They taught you things like manners and how to be polite and shit like that.
Maybe that's why.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you totally don't like those manners and being polite.
Fuck manners, dude.
Oh,
Plus
I never
and
heard of
minus,
this
I
show.
remember those two. Yeah. Miss
I didn't know
Yvonne was a
Nickelodeon was that
gypsy who
old.
owned the building, and you had your own Grouch character that lived in the basement, and Ebenezer Squint, I think was his name. And you had human characters that would interact with the puppets, and it was all it was like a cheap knockoff of Sesame Street. The sets were even worse, looking than what they had over on PBS.
Yeah.
But Nickelodeon operated at a loss for many years until Viacom took over and made them, started actually having them advertised. But I mean, I do miss the original Nickelodeon. I thought it was a neat idea. But it was only on for half a day too. It shared the same channel, at least on my cable provider, with A&E. So at night, at about 7 o'clock, everything would change to opera. And it was time to turn off the Nickelodeon channel because it was no longer Nickelodeon. It was now Arts and Entertainment.
Oh, so that was before Nick at Night.
And then they changed it to like Nick at Night, right?
Yeah, they did. They did eventually
Nick at
change
Night
it
was
to Nick
much
at Night.
better.
Yeah, that's Nick at Night is where a lot of millennials first saw those classic shows like the Munsters on Monday.
Wait a second. I thought Nick at Night was dead by the time Millenniums came around.
Well, in the 90s, when I was a kid, it was like 8 o'clock.
Millenniums.
1993.
Millenniums is 2000 after.
You mean,
millennials. So people who came of age in the new millennium, like me. So, I was like 8 in 1995. So, I would watch, the Munsters to my family on Mondays. We'd watch I Love Lucy on Tuesdays, Bewitched on Wednesdays, and
they had a lot. They had a lot of shows. The Donna Reed show, My Three.
Well, I just
Sons,
remember the Donna
Mr.
Reed
Ed.
being on that show.
Yeah, she was hot.
That was the channel where you watched the Donna Reed show. It's like I never heard of her until that.
Yeah, me neither. It was like there was a lot of other shows that were. Oh, okay, I can get into it. Classic shows, they're fine.
Yeah. So I'm sorry. I just don't like being called a millennium. Oh God. Feel bad.
You mean a millennial?
A millennial.
We would never call you a millennial.
That's what I said. My tongue just twisted on that.
What are you then?
What were you? If you were born in 79 or earlier, you're okay. But if you're 1980,
I was an 80.
Okay, you're a millennial then.
Oh,
You are
unfortunately for you,
Tufsky shits,
millennial
Tufsky
is
shits,
2000
you're
after.
No,
You
it's not.
are a millennial.
No, it's not. You came. No. My
Yeah,
broters.
Look it up.
No, I
Kemosabe.
have looked it up. I know what I'm talking about.
No, you don't.
Generations
Yes, I do.
refer to basically when you're
Yeah,
Millennial
God,
can be
yeah.
as early as 1980.
It says, thank
what have
you
I
very
done?
much. Thank you. Look it up on
Yes.
Google. It's right there, plain to see. Don't call me
but
a millennial.
generally between
I
80 and
apologize
90
for
is
bringing it up.
millennial. It depends
Dear God.
what definition.
Biggest
you use.
insult you could ever call somebody.
Anyone born between 1981 and 1996.
What year were you born?
Thank you. I was an 80.
So you
missed
do
by-
fall
you
in
barely
some
made the cutoff. Okay, gotcha.
You're the last Gen
I am
Xer.
Generation X. Thank you.
Yes, I know.
Have a
Yes,
nice
I know.
day.
Yes, I know what generation I'm in. That's fine.
I am Generation X barely because I was born 1979.
Nice.
Suck it, bitches.
So what's
Exactly.
1975 then?
Boomer.
Boomer? No, Boomer's what,
75 is still
72?
Gen X. Gen X is really long.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
well, doesn't look as long
My
here,
parents
but
are.
yeah,
My
65 to 80.
parents were both born in '63,
Oh, look,
so
a
they're
chart.
the last part of the
a
baby
chart.
boomers.
Yeah. The Generation X were the children of the baby boom.
And my wife was
Then
Thanks for
Gen
having a
X
boomer
totally
right now.
fucked up and
The me
raised the
generation.
millennials.
Yeah, unless you're like
Well,
me and you're a millennial with boomer parents.
The silent generation, 1928 to 45.
Yeah, it's the world.
Baby
That's the
boomers
Korean War
46 to
generation.
64. That makes sense. Generation X 65 to 80. Okay. The Lost Generation 1883 to 1900.
Yeah.
The Greatest Generation 1901 to 27.
Yeah, that lost generation is because of the Spanish flu.
Okay.
That, and they kept expatriating to other countries. The what was that book? Hemingway. Was it
Generation Z?
Yeah, also known as the Zoomers.
Yeah, Ernest Hemingway was part of the Lost Generation. His book, he wrote a book specifically about it. Where the fuck is?
Generation Alpha.
Yeah, in my family, most of the time, our generations are double. My mom was almost 36 when I was born, so she's a baby boomer, and then Grandma was the Greatest Generation.
Yeah, the book "The Sun Also Rises" by Ernest Hemingway was a book about a group of lost generation people who had expatriated to Paris. And
thank you, Darius. That's exactly what I was looking at on Google.
I thought you were looking at it.
I was looking at the same chart.
Yeah, see that? Thank you very much. See that, Darren? Are you reading that?
It.
It's
okay.
Yeah, but you know what? I can find other other graphics that say that you're a
you
millennial.
attack me. If I can see graphics that say
It's
I'm
not an
God,
attack.
okay,
It's
that's
not
not
an
the point.
attack, you idiot.
The point is,
It's not an attack.
There are
Wait,
more
I'm playing. Can you play along? Can you fucking play along? Okay.
No.
Stop taking this personally and play along.
Who's taking it personally? Who's taking this personally?
I'm pretending to take it personally.
Oh, you're pretending to take it personally.
Actually taking it personal.
No, I'm not.
I'm
Listen
taking
to my
those
voice.
glowing eyes personally.
Listen to my voice. Yeah, the voice that says "fuck you, asshole" in the back. I hear it. Yeah, I can hear that.
What?
Fucking ass.
What?
Yeah, well, and they're not like car models where they stop making one year and then they start making the next one. You know, there is overlap.
Right. There's some overlap. Yeah.
Yeah. But I know a lot of millennials that
they need to redesign the body a little bit.
Refuse to be called millennials. I'm like, but you're born the same year as me. No, I'm not. I'm not a millennial. I'm like, okay, all right, then you're not. You know, but they are. But
I don't identify as a millennial.
Right.
Nice.
Because we get a really bad rap, and I mean, a lot of it has been earned. Well, to be honest,
one generation had helicopter parents. The other one were latchkey children. It's a very big difference. You know, very extreme. How many people know what I just said?
Helicopter parents are the ones that hover over the kid, and then latchkey is when you could basically go home after school, and you'd have a key to get into the house.
Yep.
Right, because there were no adults around. You had the house to yourself for at least 2 or 3 hours.
Right, which I did.
Yep.
Or if you're poor, it's all latchkey.
Darren, I always like your powdered butt syndrome comment. That one always chuckle. Because that one I've been waiting to use on my parents once, at least once in my life, but it hasn't come up yet.
Yeah, it's a favorite. For those of you who don't know, a parent who has powdered butt syndrome won't believe anything their child tells them. Like, for example, when I tried to convince my mother about this thing called Wi-Fi, and she didn't believe me. I said, no, you can have internet over the air. It's called Wi-Fi. And she goes, that doesn't exist. You're making that up. And it's called powdered butt syndrome. She couldn't believe me because she powdered my butt as a baby. There couldn't possibly be something in the world that I know about that she doesn't. That's the idea.
Mm-hmm.
And there's a lot of adults, particularly ones that haven't accomplished a lot of things in life, who cling to that notion. It isn't just parents. I used to have to work with this older woman who couldn't be told anything by anybody who was younger than her, and it was hilarious. She was a very funny person because of that.
or not funny, depending how you look at it.
Well, once you figure
Funny.
her out, yeah.
Once you what her out? Oh, figure
her out.
Figure.
Yeah.
Okay.
Figure.
Not what I thought you said.
I don't see the humor with why he's laughing. Now he's cackling, which means it's way less funny than it's supposed to be. But he's trying to make it seem funnier by laughing harder.
Okay, and that goes with the joke too.
You know what's funny? Darren's reaction. That's what's funny.
Yes.
And the continued reaction after LDG.
More funny than the joke itself, Darren's reaction.
Her name was Sylvie. Well, I won't say, but she was a public official at one point here, sheriff in West Salem. And in retirement, she worked at the same hotel I did, and she couldn't stand having Fox News on. So I fixed the TV so the only channel that would come on was Fox News.
Yeah.
And when she discovered that one morning, she put an out of order sign on the TV.
Yeah.
TV was obviously broken, and so the guests were like, "Well, how come this TV isn't on?" Well, it's out. She put an out of order sign on it, and then she got in trouble for doing that.
That's right. No signs, right? No signs.
Right. Yeah. But what's interesting is my brother, who is 10 years younger than I am, he can tell my parents about Wi-Fi, and they totally believe it.
He was the favorite child.
He's the baby of the family.
Yeah.
Baby of the family could tell him the sky isn't blue, and they'd buy that.
Mm-hmm.
I remember when I had to grasp the concept of Wi-Fi. It was like 9. And it was great when you're like, you don't understand shit, and you're like trying to understand a concept that hasn't been realized yet. Can there be something between with there's no wire? How would that work? And
you mean like radio?
You don't think it's possible.
Yeah.
And kind of like radio, but more radio is like the soft version of Wi-Fi. Okay, you can get a someone talking. Okay, I'm talking about transmitting power, like full blown Wi-Fi. Like even Wi-Fi right now is like, look, we're like 60% there. We're not 100% Wi-Fi yet. Okay,
like
the world
like
is we haven't mastered Wi-Fi yet. We just now have the ability to charge something in short distances between the gap between molecules in short range.
That still blows my mind, though.
Charging
that we could do that.
Yeah. But I'm talking about like full blown, like 5 bars Wi-Fi, batteries never dying worldwide.
Wait a minute, you're talking about wireless charging.
Wi-Fi.
I'm talking about Wi-Fi, like an internet service.
Same thing.
You're talking about what?
Uh-oh.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
You have to master.
You and I are talking about two different things again, and you're trying to convince me that what I was talking about was what you're talking about, and that's not the case.
What do you think wireless charging is? It's Wi-Fi.
It's not Wi-Fi. It's not Wi-Fi.
It's not Wi-Fi.
You idiot. It's not Wi-Fi.
Whatever you say. All right. Look that one up.
Wi-Fi is a communication standard that's been approved by a board, a certified
both on the same principle.
And
am I wrong?
Yeah, it's data transmitted over a radio signal is all it really is. And you're talking about actually transmitting power.
Principle.
It's not. It's
yes, it is. Look it up.
LDG. I was a radio operator when we started learning how to make chat and run it through our radios. So you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah. Look it up before you say I don't know what I'm talking about.
Look it up.
We are experts in what we're talking about.
That is the same electromagnetic signal, just at different frequencies and power levels.
I know line of sight.
I wish we had an electrical engineer on this panel that could answer the question.
Yeah, specifically. Because I'm right. I hate to say it.
You can transmit power wirelessly You can
Thank you.
transmit information wirelessly.
Thank
They're
you.
not the same thing.
No,
And
they
it's
are the
certainly
same
not
thing. It's the same
Wi-Fi.
technology, just used differently. I mean,
It's
that's no different than saying
certainly
than using a
not the-
hammer to build a house and then to kill somebody with it. They're two different things, but it's the same thing. You're pounding the same technology.
No.
It's Wi-Fi
Okay, I'm
power
outta
is
here,
the
Lee.
same
I'm outta
technology.
here.
LD,
When
LD.
gets in this shit, I'm out.
No,
You're like a
You're
you're like a fat lady
I'm
at a
sorry.
milkshake shop. You're grasping at straws. You got
Grasping at
confused,
straws, my
and now you're
ass.
trying to correlate the two, and it's not working. This happens with you. It's a pattern. Okay.
I don't know. It's just that in
You're nuts.
LDG's mind, things that are connected are not connected in the real world. It's fine if you want to have this.
Look it up on Google because it specifically says that wireless power transfer, wire power transmission is the same. It's electromagnetic.
But it's not the same thing because they do two different things.
LDG. I also have a shorthand method in my brain where I connect things that have no actual connection in the real world. But I have to translate that when speaking to other people because I know they don't understand my own short code that I use. And like one time in college, I was out of it and I started speaking my short code out loud to in front of class to the computer programmer. And he's like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" And I realized that I had spoke what I thought in my brain as opposed to what I needed to say. I said, "No, I'm sorry." And I said it then correctly. And he's like, "Okay, yes, that's exactly right." I was putting in.
The problem is
it was
I can't do
basically
that.
coding for a for loop, and
I got a question.
The way I stored it in my brain, I needed to translate it. So you've got to work on your translation matrix.
I got a question.
And not get angry at people when they tell you.
I'm autistic. It doesn't work that way.
Not the
You
same.
guys should know what I say when I say they're the same.
Yeah, I'm
because
probably
technology
on the
base is the
spectrum
same. Matter of
too,
fact, you can
but
even
it
get
doesn't.
Wi-Fi
it's still
signals.
my problem to fix, though, not the rest of the world. To figure me out.
That's besides the point. If you want to understand people, it's your problem. Okay, live in a world where you've got to understand people.
LDG.
LDG. I love it when my name. You talk like my father.
It is your job to communicate the information you want out
as best I can, and it's your job to understand it the best you can.
Or ignore
until you
what
do
the
that,
fuck you're saying.
You have
because
issues.
you're not making any sense.
It's the same base technology. What part of that don't you understand?
We were talking about Wi-Fi internet. You were talking about wireless
No, I'm
charging.
talking about Wi-Fi.
They both have the word.
No, I'm talking about
but they both have wireless in the title. Doesn't mean that they're the same
power.
thing.
Whether that wireless power, you're not listening. You just keep talking, and it doesn't help. Either wireless power to transmit a signal or wireless power to transmit power are the same thing. What part of that are you not getting?
We were talking about the wireless transmission of information.
You
don't care. See, there you go. There's your problem right there. You don't care. You finally revealed it.
No,
penny drops. You don't care.
I'm not talking about.
Oh, there we go.
So I had a question. I wanted to divert this to wired information transferring. How does a USB charge cable work? Because it recharges your phone while it still also transmits data. Is it like two separate lines in the cable? Or?
Yeah, the USB cable has 4 conductors, 2 for power, a positive 5 volt and a ground, and it's got 2 for sending data.
Okay, because I was just curious because I've got a couple USB cables that don't transfer data; they just recharge your phone. So I was kind of curious how that worked.
Those probably don't have the conductors for that.
According to LDG, if I spoke French, it would be everyone else's job to learn French who speaks English, when the reverse is true.
Mm-hmm. Is LDG still here?
He's backstage.
You put him in timeout?
He just wouldn't shut up to even let Tim speak.
Okay, I mean, I just
Well, that's
went to
not a crime, is
Google
it?
and it says what
Not to
is,
you, Dick.
to define Wi-Fi. And one of them is Wi-Fi is the wireless technology used to connect computers, tablets, smartphones, and other devices to the internet.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and a very basic definition. Says that by definition, Wi-Fi is used to connect devices to the internet. It's not used to send power to devices. Now, there could be a future version of Wi-Fi, Wi-Fi 6 or something that includes power, but it's not in the definition of the technology so far.
Will that be developed by Bird of Prey 6?
Maybe.
Wi-Fi 6.
Tesla
or
was
Priscilla.
working on wireless power transfer, but then he either went crazy or just couldn't do it, depending on what
He couldn't he couldn't compete with Edison. I think from what I understand.
Edison basically stole everything he had.
Yeah, he did.
Yeah. Edison completely.
Yeah, I mean, it is used to connect two devices, but it doesn't have to be the internet. It could be anything, including power sources.
They
so
wouldn't
just because
use
the
radio
definition
signal
you're
for
reading,
power
no, words
transfer.
have multiple definitions. So Wi-Fi tech can be more than just communications. If you have a problem with that, I'm sorry. That's the way it is.
It'd be based on a totally different, because the Wi-Fi uses a basic radio signal. They would use some other part of the EM spectrum to do the power transfer.
Yeah, but you got to remember, Resolute Sherm, the only thing that creates the communication on Wi-Fi is the change in signal. That's it. You can still have communication on the frequencies used to charge batteries. You can have one and the same. The same signal can keep your internet on powered up and be the communication line. Right, Rod?
What do you mean by signal, I guess? Is
the Wi-Fi. The only reason you get ones and zeros is because the signal fluctuates. Where the signal is doesn't matter. So you can have the frequency range that they use to charge the batteries wirelessly is the same frequency that can be used. That's why you have 2.4 and 5 gigahertz, right? It doesn't matter where the frequency is used. You can have the same frequency that activates the wireless battery charging.
No.
So the signal is not only charging the battery, but sending the signal as well.
The battery's not charging at either 2.4 nor 5 gigahertz.
I know. It's its own thing.
That would be a separate signal.
Yes.
In fact,
but you can still use that signal to transmit. Yeah, they do it. That's how power line adapters work, for God's sakes. When you plug them into they use your power lines for Ethernet.
The power line
power still goes through them.
They'd be incompatible with each other because they'd have to operate too differently.
See, because one would be hooked up to communications or antenna,
even
the other would be
charging.
hooked up to a battery. You would have independent circuits. One to
You'd have a
receive
split.
power.
The signal will come in. One goes to the battery. The other one gets copied to the transmitter, the receiver.
Okay. Well, I mean,
what are you talking about?
You can have either two independent circuits, which would probably be the smart way to do it.
That would be a better way. Yes, because it's Wi-Fi.
You could have a shared circuit with a whole bunch of extra logic to filter out the unwanted signals in the parts of the circuit where they're not needed. I'm not saying it'd be impossible, but I don't see what the advantage to having two separate circuits on one chip.
Excuse me.
There's no reason the circuits need to connect except to the battery.
But it's still exactly. But anyway, original point made. All matters.
Uh-huh.
Okay, sure.
All right. Thank you all
Darius,
for clearing that up for me.
Darius, that would be forever. And this live stream is not going to last that long, thankfully.
Not forever.
It may only seem to, but yeah.
And thank you, Bird, and thank you, Germ, for throwing in your expertise.
My expertise doesn't come anywhere close to these guys. I only took 1.5 years of electrical engineering.
Oh, it's 1.5 years more than me.
Same. Did any of you have crap? What was it?
I crapped yesterday.
DSL.
Do we have what?
DSL. Did you all ever have any DSL?
I've had DSL briefly, yeah.
Okay.
I don't think so.
In theory, it's supposed to be a better internet provider format than cable, but in practice, I seem to get better results with cable.
Yeah, I had DSL for a short time, and that would be DSL, the internet acronym, and not DSL, the other acronym.
Oh, you beat me to it.
I'm not aware of another acronym for DSL, so now I have to look that up, and I'm probably going to get eye bleached, knowing it's Bird. So
I'll put it in the private chat.
I've known many a lady with DSL.
Oh, yeah. Okay, gotcha.
Oh my God, no.
Well, that just wanted
Bird,
to say,
I would have never thought of that if you hadn't brought it up. So thank you for
No.
that.
I tell you, every time I hear it, I always think of one particular.
Well, whenever I hear BBC, I think of British Broadcasting Corporation. I don't think of something else. But other people do.
I'm not going to type that in the private chat.
Yeah.
And yes, Star Trek Nitpickers. It's talking about the USS New York, which, by the way, already had my list made, and Star Trek Nitpickers is on the list for tomorrow for the
as the featured channel of the day?
Feature channel of the day, yes.
Woo! That's a cool idea.
Sunday. You will be the featured channel of the day.
Well, I figured I could continue putting the same thing in the, the whole growing type of thing, or actually put my money where my mouth is and actually start promoting channels. And I thought, okay, that's what I'm going to do.
Yeah, I've been trying to retweet, the live streams of, of friends and friendly channels and stuff that I watch throughout the day. But I realize I watch so much, it actually takes a lot of time, and sometimes I miss them. And but like I try to retweet you guys when I see it.
I'm glad you were able to join this morning. What's been going on other than not sleeping?
Yeah, well, I'm still working 2 jobs, and so I don't really have any days off. But I kind of overslept yesterday, and I knew I wouldn't fall asleep, so I just stayed up. But Yeah, and usually I spend Friday nights with Lady Munchausen, but I had a car issue, so we watched a movie through my StreamYard instead. And so we watched Jaws, and she'd never seen Jaws either.
Oh, wow.
And we both really enjoyed it. It was a great movie.
Yes, Darius, I do like the hashtag we grow together, but unless you put it to practice, it's just a catchy little hashtag.
Right. Well, I tried to, and but I got that hashtag from PJ, I think.
Yeah, same here.
Yeah.
And he's the one who encourages people to put their links in the channel in the chat, and that's that's great.
Right.
But
and that's why I put all those links in my Stream Elements bot, so I can easily share the links of my friends and guests. And that way my mods don't have to do it. I just type in a short command and then the bot will do it.
Jaws was one of those movies where everybody thought it was going to be a disaster while they were making it because everything was going wrong. The shark didn't work. Dreyfus had an attitude, and but it all pulled together.
Yeah, the shark looks great.
Yeah, the best thing about it is you don't see it very often. I mean, Spielberg said the reason why the movie works is because I couldn't use it all the time. The shark didn't work most of the time, and so he had to come up with other ways of indicating that the shark was there, like the barrels.
Yeah, which is clever.
Yeah, and that whole thing was really good filmmaking, and that kind of kicked off the summer blockbuster era. Right there in the middle of the 70s.
Right. And so wasn't it the studio heads from the 30s, 40s, and 50s all retired around the same time, and then and the studios were purchased by other conglomerates who didn't know about filmmaking, right? So they hired these new, younger, more independent experimental filmmakers like Spielberg and Lucas and Coppola, and they just let them make the movie because they didn't know about movie making. And so we got that whole generation of really, really good cinema. But then you got blockbusters like Jaws and Star Wars, which blew up and became huge IPs. But the phenomenon of the blockbuster also led to modern day Hollywood.
Yeah. The funny thing was that at the end of the Jaws book, the shark just succumbs to its wounds and sinks to the bottom of the water, dies. And Spielberg came up with this on paper ridiculous way of killing the shark that was much more spectacular. And Peter Benchley, the author of the book, just thought it was terrible. But then when he went to the premiere and saw it and saw how it worked and saw the audience reaction, he's like, yeah, for that movie, that was a much better way of ending the story.
I forgot there even was a book.
Oh yeah,
and it only took a year to make the movie after the book came out, right?
Yeah, the book was a huge seller. I mean, it had it didn't have the iconic movie poster cover, but after the movie came out, obviously it did, and then it really sold well. I mean, it's one of those rare instances of a book selling better after the movie came out,
like Jurassic Park.
Well, Jurassic Park was already a bestseller, prior to the movie. That's how it got turned into a movie. But it was. I'm sure that when people who already liked the book saw the new edition with the new movie-inspired cover, they probably just bought another copy. People used to do that all the time. They used to have 2 or 3 editions of the same book because they really liked the book.
Jurassic Park is my girlfriend's all-time favorite movie. And she has the book. But now we have movies like Twilight and books like Twilight and 50 Shades of Grey.
Yeah.
Yeah, we do.
Things will come back around eventually, but for right now, they're not. And
I hope so. I think we need a new generation like we had with Spielberg and Lucas to refresh Hollywood and to refresh cinema. And I mean, it could come from the bottom. Like, it could come from YouTube. It could come from, I mean, there's a non-zero chance it could come from Daily Wire. You know, it'll come from somewhere, and it'll start small. But I'm hopeful that will happen again.
Yeah.
It could come from Project Prometheus.
No, the only thing coming from Prometheus is going to be Judgment Day.
You mean like Terminator 2 Judgment Day?
Exactly.
And then we'll have
remember who's programming it.
Yes, and you'll remember LDG when he finally expires, he'll be making this sound. That's a reference to T2, by the way, in case you haven't noticed. All right. Okay, that one didn't land. Sorry.
Actually, I got it. You did it pretty well. But yeah, I doubt it's going to come from the bottom up because all the kids right now, ever since 2000, are being raised in schools and taught completely in
They're
a
taught
brainwashing
conformity.
faction.
Yeah.
I mean, that's why we have millenniums in the first place.
They're not.
It's because
they're
of
not
fucking public schools.
They're not being trained to critically think for themselves.
Oh, that
critically think. How about
like 200. It's too easy to pass school.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And yet, there's a lot of kids that don't for some reason. It's because they don't show up.
Mm-hmm. No child left behind was good in theory, not in practice.
Yeah, I think my public education peaked in 5th grade.
It sounds good on paper. And then when the government actually tries to do it, everything turns to shit.
Yeah, but it was supposed to improve education, not dumb it down.
Right. But all the experts
don't improve in education by passing
it's
people who
supposed to
don't need to be
improve
passed.
Graduation rates.
Yeah, everybody
say shit about
knew it,
education.
knew.
They just wanted graduation rates to go up.
Yeah.
And even
everybody knew they were gonna fuck that.
Oh, you can read C-Spot Run. Here's your diploma.
Yeah.
Well, I'm thankful.
By the way, here's a
the
multiple
age of Common Core.
choice question test. And oh, by the way, here are the answers the day before.
Yeah.
That's bullshit. They should have made it harder. If you want no kids left behind, you should have made it harder for kids to pass, not easier.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Who's got the fireworks?
Hold on a second. I need to go kill some children.
Send them to Kuroga.
Yeah. Say.
I'd rather
YouTube. Yeah.
I'd rather
so YouTube knows it's a joke.
Kuroga. Hold on a second. I got mute.
Popping popcorn in a pan? Or
when I think of Kuroga, you know what I think of? I think of that island in Pinocchio where all the kids turned into donkeys. That traumatic cartoon that I was taken to when I was 5.
You don't like donkeys, do you, Darren?
I don't like kids turning into donkeys.
Don't like kids, don't like donkeys.
That
Even
was like
as
the
a
scariest
child.
part in Pinocchio.
Mm-hmm.
That freaked me out. That
Yeah,
gave me
freaked me
nightmares.
out.
That was a dark part
yeah.
of that movie.
Yeah, that was back when your kids' cartoons could actually scare the kids.
Dude, Jaws was rated PG.
Jaws didn't
Was
show
it?
anything.
Well, it was 1975
Well, hold on.
PG.
Let's see here, Jaws.
Before PG-13 was even invented.
Yeah,
and you only get to see side boob. There's a bit of gore, some blood, but some swearing. No F-bombs.
Yeah. Nothing too traumatic.
Yeah.
Then
Nothing a
again,
kid
I
can't
saw
handle.
Hellraiser as a child, and
Burn
I
the
find that
bodies.
traumatic.
Yeah.
You know, when I was 8 years old, my babysitter took me to see Demon Knight in the theater. And if you guys remember that, it was like a Tales from the Crypt movie where Billy Zane is like the devil or something, and he cuts his hand and green goo oozes out and turns into demons and comes after him. And for some reason, I never saw that babysitter again after that.
Yeah.
Nah.
If you watch the
people had a problem with any of that.
If you watch the movie Mad Men or the show Mad Men, there's a scene later in the series where Don Draper, the main character, takes his son to see Planet of the Apes in 1969, and his ex-wife just chews him out for taking him to that movie because apparently that was considered a traumatic movie for little kids to watch back then.
Oh wow, it was rated G though.
Yeah.
Which surprised me when I saw it as a kid. I'm like, this is G because it had swear words in it.
Yeah, it did.
Damn dirty apes.
Right.
Because the reason I think why is because of the overall socio-political message that the filmmaker was trying to make with the film.
Well,
JJ,
how old do you think you have to be to understand?
I think you didn't live Demon Knights. Okay. Because if you lived Demon Knights, I think the Catholic Church wants to talk to you.
JJ says Darren don't like anything. He was talking about a bunch of stuff that he liked earlier. You might have to rewind it, JJ. You're talking about was it
I have no idea what JJ's talking about.
I think he's just messing with you. Exo was it Exo G.I. Joe, Exo Squad. Yeah. And Transformers.
I wasn't mentioning Exo Squad. I didn't know about that one, but yeah, the other ones I was.
All right. Yeah. Well, that's my mistake. Someone else mentioned it then.
Fine. No biggie.
I think that was Geek.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Das
Geek. Live action Pinocchio movie. Super Blubberfist says the new live action Pinocchio is pretty good. I haven't watched any of the live action remakes of the Disney movies.
That's a good call.
I just don't feel like I need to. You know, why do I need to have two of them in my brain? I have the original.
Yeah, why water down the classic with a cheap knockoff?
Right. And they were made during that golden age. Well, most of them were made during that golden age of Disney, and it was like a second golden age, maybe a silver age of Disney animated films when you had Jeffrey Katzenberg in charge of animation, and he started churning out like was Little Mermaid, Beauty and the Beast, and Aladdin, Lion King, which everyone thought was going to be a flop, and Pocahontas, which everyone thought was going to be a big hit. But I mean, it was a good time. And then after they fired Katzenberg, or he quit, they just couldn't quite reach that same level of quality. And I didn't realize for years that Shrek is basically a giant middle finger to Disney. And that literally, like everything in that movie is either a parody, a spoof, or a send up of some Disney meme. And that Farquaad looked exactly like Michael Eisner, only really short, because Michael Eisner hated short people. So they made his face look exactly like Michael Eisner and made him really short, and they basically called him Fuckwad. I didn't get that, I didn't know.
Wow.
And it's like an inside out Disney fairy tale. Yeah. Where the main character is ugly, and it was like Farquaad's trying to get everyone to come to his magic kingdom, or like to, and nobody wants to come there, and it's kind of like Euro Disney. So then, like watching it again after I learned that, it actually makes Shrek even better. So I grew up and I got older. And I'm like, Shrek is a fun kids movie, but I was able to reappreciate it because of that.
DreamWorks, there's a graphic that I found online once where all of the DreamWorks characters have the same smirk facial expression.
Mm-hmm.
And I never noticed that until somebody pointed it out, because I don't watch a lot of DreamWorks. I've never seen the Shrek films. I think the only one I actually have and have seen and own is Monsters vs. Aliens, because I loved that League of Extraordinary Gentlemen thing that they did with it. But
and good morning, JJ.
Good morning, everyone.
What's up, JJ?
I am, unfortunately.
Hey, JJ.
What's going on, guys? Come on, Darren. You ought to know by now. If I say anything about you, I'm screwing with you.
Yeah, yeah. It took me a while to figure out who you were talking about. Sorry. I hear your voice now, and I know who it is.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm playing a game too. While I'm
yeah.
Just give it time. That awful feeling of wanting to see Shrek will go away. There's no need to watch it.
Fuck
What,
that
Shrek?
movie.
Shrek is love. Shrek is life.
Whatever. Come on, Darius. You don't know what you're talking about either.
Yeah, you're probably right.
No, I am right. It's just, somebody's got to back you up. And unfortunately, I'm one of the people.
LDG was here, and now he's back again in the form of JJ.
No.
Being argumentative.
No, Darren. If you ain't, I don't think you've ever really experienced me in the morning time much. But
okay. Jekyll and Hyde thing.
When I'm not fried out of my brain, I'm an asshole.
Oh, okay. Gotcha.
Hey, JJ, a friend of mine watched one of my shows yesterday, and she said, "I like that Southern guy. He's really nice."
That Southern guy. Okay.
That's you. You're the Southern guy.
Roll another joint, JJ. Roll two.
I don't roll joints, man. I don't know how to roll.
Oh, okay. Well, whatever you guys do.
I pack a bowl, man. I smoke a pipe.
Oh, you pack a bowl. Okay, gotcha. Yeah.
It's the easiest way to do it.
Go ahead and partake in that, Mary.
But good morning, everyone. Kapla Bird. Hope you're doing well. How you doing, Jerm? I ain't seen you in a while. Tim, don't ever go home. What the hell, man? You're here.
He's like Norm and Cheers. He's like always there.
And LDG the Watcher and shit. That fucking eyes.
I've seen way too much.
Well, stop looking at it, man. That's simple.
Eventually,
I kind of don't want the human species to die.
And last but not least, Captain, good morning.
People have been triggering LDG all morning. They've been talking about physical media.
Well, I rewatched it,
Prometheus.
and I was wrong. I should have said wireless technology, not Wi-Fi. I'm sorry.
No shit.
No, I apologize, but that's what I was meaning, and I meant wireless technology, not Wi-Fi. So my shorthand for wireless technology is Wi-Fi. Anything that's wireless, it's Wi-Fi.
Right. Okay.
Wireless fidelity.
We're putting that down the memory hole now.
They're changing it. But I was still right. I just had the wrong word.
Right.
Isn't that
and,
right in your head?
And after one of Anzo's honorable mentions, LDG, I've started listening to you a lot. Okay. You do try to sound like Captain Kirk, don't you?
What?
What?
No, I have no clue what you're talking about.
Everybody listen from this point on. Listen to how he speaks. Just because the emphasis ain't there, the pauses are.
Oh, the pauses are there because I can hear myself in my own. So it screws me up when I can hear myself talking in a second delay.
Are you out of your WandaVision mind?
Turn that shit off. I do.
Your brain?
No. I don't. I can go in there and click a button and hear myself speak, but I don't do it because that's annoying as hell. I'd much rather hear an echo out of somebody else.
Oh, I thought he was saying he could hear himself in his own mind, and that's why he was pausing.
Yeah. He has everything coming into his head about 3 or 4
times. I don't understand are the number of people who want to hear themselves through their headset. I can't hear myself through the headset. Why the fuck do you want to?
Right.
Yeah,
I know. I don't want to either.
Well, there's I have a thought on that. There is a technique that helps people who have a stammer, where if they hear their own voice thrown back at them at a delay, it causes them to slow down and they don't stammer. That's a thing.
Okay, then there are a few people I know you need to teach how to do that.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, Jens is one of them.
Chief Cook.
Chief Cook is another one.
Yeah.
But I mean, there's
What the hell are you doing?
back when I was working for the regular phone company, there was this device they were selling to elderly people to get people to not talk so fast on the phone, and it literally threw your own voice back at you at a delay, and it caused you to slow down. And I would get a call from somebody who had that device on their phone, and I was like, what's causing that? And my supervisor was like, yeah, they have a stutter prompt delay on their phone setup. And
never heard of that.
Okay. Yeah.
No, me neither.
It sounds like something that would be good for people that stutter really bad, but I've never heard of anything like that.
Yeah. Well, this one was for old people who complain about people talking too fast on the phone and they couldn't understand them, because if you hear your own voice thrown back, all of a sudden you slow down a lot so that you make sure that you don't lose your train of thought. And
that's not necessarily true. If you get into a role, then you can just ignore the voice and just talk as fast as you want. But I do it not because I want to hear myself. It's for my tone. Because if sometimes my voice gets all weird and I start to sound completely different than what I want to sound. If I just want to, okay, now I'm sounding good. This is great. I don't sound like I'm
basically he can't do his radio. He can't do his radio
autism
voice
out.
without
right.
hearing.
When Rush Limbaugh was losing his hearing back in about 10 years ago, he a lot of people didn't. The first clue was that he started sounding different on the air because he couldn't hear himself speak. So his voice kept getting higher and higher, and people would say, "Hey, what's going on with you?" And then that's when, right around the time he revealed that he was going deaf. And sometimes you need to be able to hear yourself on some level in order to make sure that you're not you're using the proper tone of voice and inflections and things like that.
Right.
So,
Yeah. And JJ, what I'm showing is that with the voice mod, even when I don't have an effect on, I have a button that allows me to hear myself. So mainly just so I can check to make sure I'm not too loud or too quiet. To check.
I got a similar one, and I believe LDG uses it also. I use Voice Meter. I don't know if he does or not, but he said
Tim has one, but he ignores it.
But I can hit a button right now and hear everything that you guys are hearing, and it's annoying as hell.
Oh, it also helps me identify if there's background noise, like my computer fan or a hum or something.
Yeah, that too.
Then I can hear it once I
have
to hear myself turned on.
Yeah, and I know you guys can hear stuff. I got my fan running and I got my oxygen machine on. I know that's always in the background, but
I can't hear it actually.
Really? That's weird.
I can. Maybe
I don't know if anybody noticed, but I often have a window open lately.
Nope.
Can't tell unless there's a dog barking.
That I hear, or a truck driving by or whatever.
Or an ambulance, or my toilet.
I thought the truck was driving through his living room, but
there's Tim. Holy shit, he is alive.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Okay, that's your oxygen machine.
Yeah, every once in a while you hear it's on my end.
Yeah,
I thought that was your vape.
Yeah, from the bird too.
Fuck a vape. I do it old school.
Yeah, I can hear.
Right.
I can distinguish the two. They're two different sounds. And they're different tones.
I can fix that right now. Just turn the shit off.
You don't have to worry about that. Don't worry about it.
No.
I can hear. I don't have perfect pitch anymore. I used to, but that went in my 40s.
During the summertime, I turn it off from time to time because it constantly running. It puts off some heat, so it does make it warmer in my bedroom. And during the winter, I keep it on. It's like a little personal heater. It stays 80 degrees in my room all winter long. But granted, we don't have the winters here that most of you guys have. LDG can back that up for me because we're both in Florida, or anybody else that may be. I don't know. But we don't have those types of winters. But still, 80 degrees during the winter, that's perfect weather. During the summer, it's a little warm in here. So got to shut it down.
Oh shit! Nice.
Yes.
Not here to track flies.
What?
I guess nobody's in the mood for bullshit this morning. Okay.
Well, of course, we're always in the mood for bullshit.
LDG exhausted our supply of patience in that regard.
Oh, okay. Well, of course.
Hey, you know what? You.
missed
Okay. All you had to do was meet me halfway and say, LDG, you're talking about wireless power. Wireless.
No,
wireless.
start over again.
Not Wi-Fi. That's all you had to do.
LDG.
You didn't have to get hurt and leave.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. Listen, I do have this question because I'm gonna go ahead and just go ahead and prove my ignorance early on. I know you guys have talked about it because I can hear the tone in everybody's voice, but I do have one question. Okay, everybody says Wi-Fi. Okay. Wi-Fi stands for what? Wireless what?
Fidelity.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Do you know the difference between hi-fi and Wi-Fi?
High fidelity.
Well, Wi-Fi is wireless. Hi-Fi is high fidelity.
Correct.
Right. Yeah. It was a stereo. It was a
stereo. Yeah.
A term that had to do with stereo
audio
systems.
signal.
Kind of like quadraphonic. You know, it's
stereophonic quadrivision. Yeah.
Yeah. Because I remember back in the day,
throw a quantum in there.
Some of the award shows back in the day. When I say back in the day, I'm talking about maybe the early '80s.
Right.
You could actually tune in your radio and basically watch it in surround sound if you had the stereo to do it.
Mm-hmm.
And it was quite cool back then. It was like, man, I ain't never heard nothing like this. Because to me, it was before the movie theaters, or I understood what movie theaters were. You know, I was a kid, but it was like the coolest shit. The coolest shit I ever heard. And I'm like, we're sitting here watching TV. It's coming through the stereo speakers. Now it's like everyday technology. You know.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you'd shown somebody in the 50s an out of date iPad, it'd have blown their minds. You know.
Yeah. Oh, that's funny. Yeah. It doesn't actually stand for wireless fidelity. They just called it that because of hi-fi.
Right. Yeah.
It actually is just a trademarkable term. That's it.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Like Bluetooth.
All right. So I've been using it wrong. I apologize.
Damn. LDG was wrong. Everybody mark that down.
I was right in the head. I was wrong out the mouth.
Right. He was right, but he was wrong.
I was right and wrong at the same time. Yes.
LDG.
I apologize for the part that I was wrong about.
Right. Yeah.
LDG. We've known each other for a while now, and you're many things, but right in the head is definitely not one of them.
I would agree that LDG is not right in the head.
But I'm glad we finally came to an agreement, so that way we understood each other instead of just getting, you know.
Yeah, that boy ain't quite right in the head, is he?
I understood him very well. Yeah,
I'm glad you understood it. Yeah.
Yeah, he's not right in the head. I knew that. I'm just glad he's admitting it now.
Yes,
I always admit it.
Are you the boys
in front of my face? If you just argue, we're gonna argue forever. If you say, okay, maybe you meant this, or this is this. Oh yeah. Oh shit. Thank you.
Well, you know.
All right, cool. Let's move along.
Bird did try to mediate the whole thing. He did hand out an olive branch, and you threw it aside.
He was just describing the situation, not actually said, LDG, you mean wireless technology. Yes, he would have said that. I would have said yes to that.
Oh no, he
literally
said
that
conclusion.
Yeah, he was just putting on a lantern.
Yeah.
My autism.
Well,
that's all.
You're not autistic.
When someone throws an olive branch out, please do not beat them with it.
Exactly.
I'm an asshole.
So let me tell you something. When you go through life, every doctor, every teacher, every psychologist calling you special, there's a reason for that, Darren.
Yeah,
well,
it's because they don't have a good enough vocabulary.
You know, growing up, I was, I was a part of one of those families, that told you, oh, you're special. You're always
not that kind of special.
You were born special. But when I started reading, and I started reading through the phone book, and learning how to read. And when I found myself in the phone book, I no longer felt special because there was 8 pages of me.
Oh, with your name, yeah.
Yeah. My
funny.
name and first initial and last name. Yes.
It's only one me. I've never seen another person with my
Thank
first
God.
name and last
I've
name.
had four of me.
I literally might be the only LDG or LG.
Yeah.
Surprised me.
I don't think I've ever seen the acronym LDG used for anything else.
Well, I wanted to be LG. I didn't want to use my middle initial.
Mm-hmm.
I want to be LG, but that's taken. Fucking electronics company.
Yeah, I have an LG TV, as a matter of fact. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's funny. Very funny.
You made the right choice, not association with such a crappy electronics brand.
Yeah,
I like them better when they were
like the Packard Bell
Zenith.
TVs.
Zenith. Wow, that's a name I ain't heard in forever.
Oh, all these. You remember? Zenith, Magnavox. All these American electronics companies that don't exist anymore.
My first flat screen
Sylvania.
TV was my first flat screen TV was a Philips.
Yeah, Pioneer.
Yeah.
I think mine was Zenith.
What's that?
Zenith. I think my first one was a Zenith.
Yeah.
Now you've got
Pioneer for the longest time was like the go-to for everybody's car stereo needs.
Yes.
I love the Pioneer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Pioneer. Blaupunkt. Yeah.
I remember that when I was in high school, that was the case. And I remember I inherited like a 95 Ford Windstar from my parents with no hubcaps. And it was like, piece of junk. But we tricked it out with I think it was a Pioneer CD player. I put subwoofers in it. So it was like ghetto fabulous.
Right.
The stereo is worth more than the car.
Yeah. See, I'm one of these guys. I don't see the point in spending a lot of money on a car stereo, and I know that there's other people who do. I just never understood why, given that you're going to keep that car for a handful of years at best, why you would spend a lot of money on that.
You don't have to spend. You don't have to spend a lot of money, Darren. But let me ask you one question. Okay, and I think I know the answer, but I just got one question. Do you like music?
Yes, I do like music.
Okay, all right. With that one question,
but I'll tell you, here's mine. Here's my statement. I don't spend as much time in my car as other people do either. So I can understand somebody who makes a living in the car. That's an example. But
I don't. I'm disabled, but I want my. See, you like music, so here's one more question. Do you like it to sound good?
Yes, but I don't listen to music while I'm driving. See, that's the thing. If I listen to anything, it'll be a book or it'll be a AM radio, talk radio, because honestly, I can't enjoy the music as much while I'm driving as when I'm just sitting there and not doing anything else.
The most money I've ever spent on music for my car was the actual radio. But my shit sounds good.
Oh, I bet it does.
Why?
Yeah.
Why? Because I love music. When I get in my car, I can't drive without it, man. I love music.
Yep.
I love music so much. I wanted so much of it. The most I spent on it was downloading Napster.
Damn right. Damn right. Napster, Kazaa, LimeWire, all that crazy shit.
I used to be one of those guys that would buy a decent stereo, put it in my car, and replace. I never bought like subwoofers and shit like that, but I would periodically replace the back speakers because the factory ones just never cut it.
No,
they were never really that good. They didn't start getting good until like the mid 2000s, and then they started getting better.
I used to have a 2003 Buick Century, man. All I did was replace the head unit, or the stereo, as most of you call it, and I replaced every factory speaker in that car, and it sounded like I had 10s in my trunk.
Yeah, and that's what I did too. Like, I actually threw a couple extra speakers in the back of my Cougar, and I could pop the trunk, turned the stereo on, and it sounded like I had a bass box in there, but I didn't. I didn't spend any more than maybe a couple $100, on all that.
I spent 130, and that was on the head unit. That was it. And I don't buy nothing but Sony as far as stereos go.
I don't do that anymore, though. I worked at Best Buy for a while, and probably the most interesting character that came in. I was watching the home theater, or not the home theater, but the car audio department, and this kid comes in, and he told me he just got all the shit ripped off in his car, so he got an insurance settlement to buy some new equipment.
You're roboting, Tim.
I'm
Stop
roboting?
playing that damn game. Yeah,
I'm not playing anything.
You're roboting.
How the hell am I roboting?
He's not roboting.
Well, now he's not.
You're
But he
roboting.
was.
Yeah, the voice is just glitching out for a sec.
Yeah.
Who, me?
I don't know why, but
no, Tim.
Tim.
You sound okay
That's
now.
what I thought.
Yeah, because I'm not doing anything on my PC right now. I'm actually working on models. So
It's the fumes.
I looked at him like, so why do you want to spend another $2,000 to $3,000 on stereo equipment when you just had your stuff ripped off in a locked car? So
Yeah.
I convinced him to dumb it down. Like, why don't you dumb it down a little bit? Get a couple speakers to replace your back ones, and I showed him a set that actually had some nice lights, some nice lighting for his car, make it look cool. Try this stereo, and I found him a right power supply that would mesh with the stereo speakers. Now turn that up just a bit and see how it sounds. So he went with that, saved him about $2,000. He came back about a week later. He's like, dude, you were right. That was awesome. And nobody even bothers looking at my car. I'm like, there you go.
Well, yeah, because I ain't trying to advertise that I've got shit in my car. It just got to sound good to me.
Right.
I ain't trying to base it out to the neighborhood. That ain't the point. I just want my shit to sound good.
Some people want to make a statement, with their bill.
Well, yeah, but a lot of those statements sound like ass. It's like, it may sound good to them, but to us, it's like blanc, blanc, blanc. That
When a
ain't.
car drives by and it vibrates and it's not the motor.
I hate that.
Yeah, I knew I couldn't make my car into a better car, but I could at least make it more enjoyable to drive around in. So
Yeah.
so I put all the this flashy stereo or flashy CD player in it.
Yeah, as we speak, while my car is getting rebuilt, I'm having the radio changed out in it.
Yeah.
I'm finally getting a Bluetooth radio, make it a little bit simpler.
Oh, the people here hate Bluetooth, by the way. I don't know why.
What, on the panel?
Yeah.
Well, after
Brace
renting my
yourself.
car a couple months ago, and the vehicle had Bluetooth capability in it, it just made life so much simpler. I could operate everything from the steering wheel, and I didn't have to look at my phone to do it. It just, to me, it makes life simpler. I'm not saying it's the best way to go, but it is makes your life simpler behind the car to where you can pay attention.
Only Bluetooth headsets, Darren. Only Bluetooth.
Well, I don't understand that at all. That's what I have.
hate
I mean,
I hate Bluetooth.
They're okay. You just have to buy the right one.
yeah. Well, I got a $250 Sony pair. I mean, and I've liked them so far. I mean, I do turn off the noise canceling to keep the battery life respectable, but I mean, other than that, the only problem I've run into so far is with OBS.
When they're walking around in public, to buy something, you think they're talking to you, but they're just on the headset, and then you're like, "Oh, I didn't realize you're on the thing," and then they'll like put their finger up, like, "Oh, I'm on the phone." It's like, yeah, pretty obnoxious.
My older brother does that. He's a truck driver, and every time I see him, he's got that damn thing in his ear. I'm like, I asked him one day, I was like, "Is that thing sewn into your head or something?
Yeah.
You never go without it." And
when I see somebody with that in there, and I don't think they should have it in, I call them Uhura. they take it out then. Yeah.
Oh yeah, I had one of those, but only it's mainly for when I drive. Yeah. The weird ones were the ones that was like a horseshoe shape. It would go around the neck, and then there's little two little balls at the end, and it would just sit all the way down on the neck, but they could still hear and talk into it.
Yeah. Yeah. That's the dumbest thing ever. You won't ever catch me with something like that.
You don't even need all of that. Most cars nowadays, you can just tie it into your radio and just hit a button on your steering
Exactly.
wheel.
Yep.
That's
You
what I
don't
do.
need any damn headset or
that's
bullshit like that.
That's why I got a Bluetooth radio, so I can do that.
Yeah, like
because
90% of what I watch and listen to is YouTube. So if I were to go and get in the car right now, I could just it would automatically shift to the Bluetooth in the car, and I could just keep listening.
Yeah, we lost somebody, man.
We lost him.
So I want to talk about something. We all mentioned a bunch of brands that don't exist around. How many of you guys have what's called brand loyalty? Meaning, no matter what direction the company's product goes in, you have brand loyalty.
Coca-Cola. That's mine.
Yeah.
That's probably it.
So for me, it's like a particular kind of, a particular company that makes computer fans, for example. LD knows what I'm talking about. I think brand loyalty is starting to really disappear now. Part of the problem, I think, is because we don't have as many brands.
Well,
they're making a lot of shit.
That's true. That's true too. But you want to talk about brands, man. I've been drinking Diet Coke for almost 35 years now. Computer parts, man. It's always been NVIDIA and AMD or Intel. Just certain. I've never really tried to look for off-brand shit because to me, I've always had it stuck in my brain. Well, if I'm gonna pay this money for it, I'm gonna get what I want. So price was usually never an issue. It's got to do what I want it to do.
I like Adidas.
I'm a Reebok guy. I love Reebok.
I've always been Nike.
Nike.
Nike, yeah. That's how the Greeks would have pronounced it. Nike was the
victory.
Yeah. It's the Greek goddess of victory. That's who Nike is.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Levi's jeans, man. Back in the day, it was IOU and Bugle Boy and shit.
I'd forgotten about Bugle Boy. Oh my god.
Yeah, man.
Bugle Boy.
Gerboas were mine.
Gerboas were mine.
Cavaricci's,
You know who owned Gerbo? $90 in the 80s for a pair of jeans. Gerbos were owned by Lee.
Well, actually, Gerbo's a company in Days of Our Lives. No. Young and the Restless. Excuse me. And I know this.
Why do you know that?
I sit at home. I watch TV. What do you want?
So it was like a premium subsidiary brand like Lexus.
Right.
No, Gerbo. Well, actually, in the TV show, Gerbo is a cosmetics company.
Yeah, I'm talking about the jeans. The jeans, Gerbo, which were like the gold standard for teenagers in the 80s when I was going to school. Gerbos were actually a subsidiary of Lee.
Okay. 501 button fly motherfuckers and shit.
Yeah. Are those Bugle Boy jeans you're wearing? Yes, they are.
Ain't nobody ever asked me that, and if they did, I'd be like,
well, nobody in a limo ever stopped me and asked me if I had any Grey Poupon either. I mean,
you'd be funny.
Actually, I've done that once.
It's funny. I've done that quite a few times. I've rode in a few limos in my life.
Yeah, like Wayne and Garth. Yeah.
I've ridden a couple of limos in my life, and no, I have never asked anybody if they had any Grey Poupon.
Are you kidding me? That was like the best fun ever. Really, it doesn't matter how stocked the bar is or how many people you got in there. Roll down the window and ask somebody if they've got any Grey Poupon. That is hilarious.
It's a good marketing campaign.
Yeah.
It really elevated Grey Poupon.
Yeah.
Wait, can I ask why did everyone say Coca-Cola? Oh, sorry, Darren.
Because I like Coca-Cola. That's what it is. That's what it is. Coca-Cola.
Yeah.
I was just wondering if they did something. Hold on. I'll be right back.
I started rewatching Mad Men, and one of the things that especially in the first season, that they were dealing with was trying to break people's brand loyalty. So, for example, in the very first scene of Mad Men, Don Draper is talking to a guy, And he asked him why he smoked Old Golds, and he says, "What would it take to get you to switch to my Luckies?" And the guy had no idea. He said he just because he liked, he's used to them. They gave him a carton for free every week when he was in the service during World War II.
Nice.
Which to me is insidious, but but I mean that's how it was.
Well, that's been if you were important, you smoked.
Right. Yeah.
I used to be that way.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
Because,
I mean, I didn't like Pepsi products either. If I couldn't have a Coke, I'd have something that wasn't a cola.
Well, when I became diabetic and I found out I had to switch to diet drinks, I started off drinking Diet Pepsi, and
Gotcha.
that shit after a while just started giving a nasty aftertaste. That's why I switched to Diet Coke.
Yeah.
But smoking, I was always a Marlboro man until I couldn't afford them anymore.
Yeah.
I started smoking. When I quit smoking, I was smoking some shit called Smoking Joes, which were just as bad. So after that, I just decided, I'm not. People try to get me to drink all the time. Sam's fucking Sam's drinks and shit. I'm like, them things are nasty. Anybody that knows of Czech,
I'll give them one thing: they're better than Pepsi. Any store you come across, they're better than Pepsi.
I keep it. Well, don't get me wrong. I love a good cherry Pepsi, but that's about it. Now, as far as Pepsi products, I'm a big Mountain Dew fan.
Which Mountain Dew isn't actually? Isn't Mountain Dew a Dr. Pepper product?
No, it's a Pepsi product.
It's a Pepsi
product. No, Pepsi. There's only Pepsi here. Okay. There is no Dr. Pepper.
Actually, there is.
Is there?
Yeah, Dr. Pepper stands on their own.
Completely different company.
They're bottled in either Coke or Pepsi plants in a lot of places, but they're not owned by either one. Dr. Pepper's not.
Yeah, when I was a kid, I would rather drink an RC Cola than a Pepsi Cola.
Ooh, yes, RC Cola, the original RC Cola.
Yeah, Royal Crown Cola, for those of you who don't know.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so that's funny. So it's like the third sex. Okay, that's cool.
No,
well,
it's
look how many
like
flavors
all,
in it. Look how many flavors is in Dr. Pepper. Of course,
it's Coke and Pepsi, both bottle Dr. Pepper. So it's like
what I just said.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. It's the third sex. It's 32 flavors.
Party anyway.
There's 32 gender classifications. So hey, it kind of fits.
Right. Well, here's the funny note. Did you know Dr. Pepper allows only so much rat hair in their drinks?
Well, that's good.
Allowed.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Yeah.
I learned that a long time ago. Unless it was a lie.
Those are federal standards for food.
Yeah, federal standards. Yeah.
Every once in a while I have to drink a Dr. Pepper just to make sure my blood thinner's working because my blood thinner's rat poison. So,
yeah. But all those federal standards for like rat feces in food or chemical or hair, those are all basically worthless because what food companies actually care about is the standards that, say, Costco wants to enforce or Walmart, which are always like 2 or 3 times beyond that of what the federal government is saying.
But do they test for it, though? See, the problem is we don't have
testing
at our level.
Walmart and Costco goes around and will inspect plants once a year, and they hire out to different inspection companies that'll go around and certify plants every year. If the plant doesn't pass, Walmart and Costco won't take product from that plant anymore.
That's cool. I like that. But what kind of inspection is it? Because I used to work
full
for fast
inspection.
No. Not what I meant. Unannounced or scheduled? Because if it's scheduled, then I don't trust
scheduled
it.
and unscheduled.
Yeah, it needs to be. Yeah, there needs to be some kind of surprise.
Yeah, like a snap inspection.
Because we used to know
when the district scheduled once a year.
Yeah.
At least 2 or 3 other times a year, they just pop by.
Yeah, because we did that. We did that. The KFC I used to work for. Oh my God, it was horrible. But when we knew there was an inspection coming, oh boy, did the manager make sure everything was clean. The night
Clean that
before, we'd
shit
stay
up.
up to like
Yep.
3 a.m.
Yeah.
We were fucking
Mhm.
hosing everything down. I'm like, why don't we do this every night? Why do we have to do it only when we're inspected? This is bullshit. But I couldn't do anything. I'm only one voice. I'm not going to get fired. I can't do anything. Welcome to the wonderful world everybody else lives in.
Yeah. The more
You know?
important part is the SNAP paperwork inspections, where they're tracking your sanitation and they're tracking your safety standards.
Yeah.
That's what really gets you.
Oh yeah. I mean, there's nothing better when you go to a restaurant and you see the person who's handling the money, handling food.
Yeah, exactly.
Like money is like the number one transfer of germs in all restaurants.
Yep. That's why when you now most
Only if it's
I think
cash.
Tim can confirm this because he works for them now. I think still when you go to a Subway, and when they start to make your food, they check.
We're
you
live,
out.
so he's not gonna say anything about that live.
Well, no, I used to run a Subway. We make the food. Then when we cash you out, there's a sink right there. Wash your hands, go down, start all over again.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
It was part of the assembly line. You do what you got to do. You still wore rubber gloves or plastic gloves, whatever the hell you want to call them. You still make the food, but when you handle the money, wash your hands, start all over. It's common practice at a Subway, but a lot of places don't do that. That's why a lot of places they only handle your food after it's been made and packaged. Like say McDonald's, Burger King. But if you got the cashier back there making your food, and they're, I'm like, no.
Most people do a swipe anyway. They're not handling cash, but right. They're still touching the screen and stuff like that. So
yeah.
I still prefer cash over card. Sorry, it's easier to what's the word? Keep control over spending if you're using cash rather than card, because it's too easy to mindlessly hand over a card.
Well, nowadays you don't even hand it over. You stick the chip in. And,
well, yeah, you know what, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah,
it's too easy to use a card. Way too easy. That's why I prefer cash.
Unless you're paranoid about money, like some people.
Yeah, there's all types out there. Don't like plastic, don't like cash. I'm like, why the hell go anywhere then? Just sit your ass at home.
Yeah.
And that's perfectly doable now. You can get everything delivered to your door.
Yeah, which
no
is
interaction.
making everybody lazy.
Yeah.
It's gonna be Wall-E before we know it in the next 20 years.
Is it bad? Yeah, it's probably some truth to it.
Everybody's gonna be floating around or riding around on carts. Hey man, I need to order this. Seeing it online, I got to order this. Oh, man, I'm not talking about the current situation as a whole, but home deliveries, buying everything online, and where I live at, you cannot ride down the road. There's nowhere you cannot go, nowhere that there's not a help wanted sign in the window.
Mm-hmm.
People are lazy. They're getting paid more to sit at home.
Yeah, we have the same problem. We have 3 shifts and maybe 2 shifts worth of people. We can't get people even to apply for any of these off-shift positions.
No. Man, we're having a garbage problem. Oh, it's time to get up. We have a garbage problem, man. There ain't enough people to staff the garbage trucks. People's garbage is stacking up, and it's gotten to the point where it's on the news now. It's like, yo, go clean your shit up. Our recyclables have been suspended for the next month and a half because there's no personnel to run the vehicles.
Yeah. And this used to be a problem we used to see in European countries all the time. Now it's happening here because we're becoming more like them.
And postage rates are going to be going up because there's no, they have to, and things are changing.
Well, with the postal thing, they're about 15% over budget for the last 5 years.
Yeah, but they don't have. It's just like the garbage trucks. There's not people to come to work and do the job anymore, so they figured they'll make their money some other way.
Well, if they quit sponsoring everything, maybe they'd have more money. Sponsored by the U.S. Postal Service. Speaking of which, if you want to sponsor me, go for it, U.S. Postal Service. I'll talk about how wonderful you are.
Well, that's not necessarily a bad thing because, correct me if I'm wrong, anybody that would know about it, but isn't sponsorships like a tax write-off?
The U.S. Postal Service is not paying any taxes. They're getting regular loans from the federal government.
Okay. See, that's all new to me because I don't pay attention to things like that. It's just, I've always understood it that if you sponsor somebody, you can use that as a tax write-off.
Only certain things. Like if it's just a random, like, sponsor a television show, they'd be throwing even more money into ads than they were now because they'd just write off the entire advertising budget.
If you look at like a NASCAR race, they'll have sponsored by, and
Sprint.
Sprint was one of them. Yeah, U.S. Postal Service is one of them.
I remember people getting so upset because when Sprint was bought by SoftBank, they got a new president named Marcelo, who is from Brazil, and suddenly Sprint was no longer going to be sponsoring NASCAR, but they were going to be sponsoring soccer. and all the NASCAR people are like, screw that, it's just, and he thought that was a good idea somehow,
Obviously, he didn't know Americans.
No, Marcelo, no, he didn't know Americans at all.
America.
Fuck yeah. All right. Got you.
That's probably the best line out of that movie.
Sorry.
Man.
That's actually the only good part about that movie.
What?
Team America World Police.
What part?
The America Fuck Yeah.
Oh, the song? I like the movie.
That's the only entertaining part of it.
Oh, I thought the whole thing was pretty entertaining.
I couldn't stand it. I didn't even watch T-Bird, the Thunderbirds when I was a kid because I couldn't stand that shit.
See, I was a Thunderbirds fan, but I watched it as an adult because I was fascinated by it. Because you don't see marionette shows anymore, and I was always just looking at, on Tech TV they'd have like tech facts running in the margins of your screen while the show is running, and so it was interesting for me to watch. And then Team America comes out, and the thing that I found so entertaining was that most of the voices were Trey Parker and Matt Smith, or Matt Stone, and I just thought it was funny, the political satire. Hans Bricks, oh no,
Fuck yeah.
And good morning, Tabasco scenario.
Or the endless throwing up in the alleyway.
I'll see you guys
good
later.
Morning, Catman, aka DD Mike. That's right. We're getting ready to start over there. Oh,
should have started it 5 minutes ago.
Oops.
Whoopsie.
So I'll see you guys later.
All right, take care, John.
Guess I'm not going to be joining him this week.
Well, don't let us keep you here. We're the guests.
Well, things seem to be going well.
Hey,
Keep
check
going.
us out. It's fine. It's fine.
Well, good
Oh,
evening,
and
Yvette.
yes, Yvette loves marionettes. By the way, what did you have for dinner, Yvette?
Probably some microwave lasagna or something.
If it were just her, maybe, but she was making for her mom as well.
Oh,
So
I know.
yeah.
Yeah, I know. And she's made it clear that she doesn't like, or either she's not good at it or she doesn't like it. One or the other has to do with cooking.
Yep.
I figured the simpler the better.
But as a professional chef, her mom would be like, "What the fuck is this shit?"
Me personally, the past 2 months I've been living out of a microwave, so it's.
Oh man,
it's getting kind of old.
Well, unfortunately, a lot of times the better options for things that you can afford on like food stamps and stuff are microwave meals.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
And
know.
so it's like you got to do what you got to do. Not doing
Ham, potatoes,
doing
and
dinner.
peas. Oh my God! Can I
Half
come
an hour.
eat with?
Ooh.
Can I come eat with you? I love a good ham.
Well, you got to spend some time with LDG.
I have.
What the hell is that supposed to mean?
You hamming it up?
Exactly.
Oh. Yeah. Well, you know, one man's ham is another man's steak.
Hey, I ain't gonna lie about that because I love a good ham steak.
Oh. So what about you, Yvette? If you've got a half hour before dinner, hop up here.
Come on, hum. It's safe.
Even with LDG here, it's safe.
Especially with me here. Because then everybody just, I'm like the decoy.
Ignores you. He likes it when Yvette's around because he can get some work done.
What kind of work?
Whatever he's working on. I'm not saying it's legitimate work, but whatever.
Kind of work you dream about.
It ain't the kind of work I dream about, trust me.
So LDG is doing what, hand modeling now or what?
Oh God.
Very funny.
She just woke up.
Check your DM, son.
And Jedi Bill says, now got me wanting a steak simply because you mentioned that. Well, it's always a good thing.
You talk about steak, man. I'm just like, yeah, I got to get me one. You can't help it. It all depends on what you like to eat, man. Because people are like steak, chicken, pork, a good taco, maybe a nice
sushi.
Yeah. You and the sushi. Good
Found
morning,
out
Bill.
Saggy likes so sushi.
I can't stand it. If I eat fish, it's got to be cooked.
Of course, he likes having a container of wasabi with his, sushi, where most people would have, like a tenth of that at most. And good afternoon, good evening, Yvette.
Hello, everyone. I'm on my phone, so I don't know how it's going to behave. It's been a while.
Well, you sound okay. It's fine.
For the moment. Don't buy a 5G phone, anyone. They're crap. Yes. Darren gets that. ham steak, please. It's called a gammon ham steak.
Mm.
Well, that's what we call it here is a ham steak.
I know. Sounds so silly.
Well, it's exactly what it is. It's a slice of ham, a nice, good, thick slice of ham, and it's kind of looks like a steak, so it's a ham steak.
Mm. It's still gammon.
Sounds like fish.
They put pineapple or a fried egg on it here.
Oh,
Well,
maybe in
to me,
Hawaii.
a good smoked ham ain't good unless it's got a few rings of pineapple on it.
You can put fried egg on anything.
I prefer sauerkraut on mine.
Yeah.
See, I would agree with you, Bird, but I'm sorry. This whole thing about putting a fried egg on top of a hamburger just don't go with me.
Oh no, that's delicious.
Not a hamburger, no. Never in a hamburger. No.
Yes.
On an English muffin too.
Yes.
Yes. There you go. There you go.
English muffin is the best.
Sausage, cheese, and a fried egg. Very
I
nice.
prefer bacon.
In a
I
muffin.
prefer bacon. Yeah.
Yeah, but you
We
don't eat
want-
proper sausages over there either, so.
Well, I ate enough sausage to make any one person sick. That's why I prefer bacon. I don't care if it's real sausage or not. It's just God, it's overplayed.
All right. Right. Yvette, what is proper sausage?
It's a mince. Primarily over here, it's seasoned pork into the skins of, I don't know what it's made of, and they're twizzled at their ends and into a long chain, and you see them in stupid cartoons.
Yeah. Proper sausage is made with pig intestine.
Mm-hmm.
I knew it was part.
It's always
of
good
the
to
animal.
season your sausage before you have it.
Yeah. They do turkey, and they do turkey ones. They're horrible because turkey has no flavour anyway. Lamb ones are okay. Beef ones are weird. This doesn't work for me, but that's personal taste.
Yeah, I just don't like beef. Confirmed.
Mm-hmm. Mm. The lamb ones are nice. Yeah, on a barbecue.
Mm. See, I would eat some sausage like that if you put it on a barbecue grill. Oh yeah, I'd do it. You can't go wrong with putting anything on a barbecue grill.
True, except we've had a storm over us for 5 days, and it's like a river out there.
Has it cooled off any over there?
Oh yeah, to the point I've been putting cardigans on.
Nice.
It's like a paddling pool when I went out to the bins this morning. Lovely.
Yeah, it was already 80 degrees here 10 o'clock this morning. So.
Ooh. Well, I actually prefer this personally. I'd rather it was cool.
So do I.
It's not just 80 degrees when it's here. It's 80 degrees and 97% humidity. That's the problem.
Let's see where we're at right now.
You've got drier heat over there.
No. I live in Florida. Humidity is
Oh
our
yeah.
biggest friend.
Depends what part. I mean, if you live near the swamps, then you've got no chance. But
Let's see. It's 83 outside. The actual temperature feels like 90 with 67% humidity.
yeah, 67's okay. Well, compared to.
Well, yeah, but only that little bit of humidity. I call it a little bit because we're used to 80, 90% here.
This one's to the house. This one's to the porch. You'll have to mark them.
Uh-oh.
But you guys have air conditioners. You got to remember the UK's not used to those sort of heat waves which we've had these last 2-3 years, and none of us have
Now,
any air cooling system.
Now, Yvette, this is something I don't know if I asked you or not when it happened. When the summer months started over here, which was probably in June, and remember when Dandelion was talking about she was having a heat wave pass through, and they weren't used to that kind of heat. Were you guys feeling that same kind of heat?
Oh gosh, yes.
Okay. Yeah, and not being accustomed to air conditioning, I feel for both of you.
Yeah. Well, the only places that have air conditioning are maybe like the casinos and not even the hotels have them. Maybe the big ones, the big 5-star ones, but any sort of regular hotel, no, nowhere.
I would have thought that the nicer hotels, not necessarily 5-star, but nicer hotels would have it for the travelers who were, pampered like people from the U.S.
Yeah, except it usually doesn't get sort of that hot to the point you're melting. Even if it sort of early 80s on the front with a nice breeze is lovely.
Yeah.
It's not hot, and you just open a window and the air comes through. Except there's been no breezes because it's just been exceptionally hot. So and of course, well, this year nothing's really been open. So the hotels didn't open until after the summer anyway. So, yeah. I've not been in the Imperial. That's probably the biggest hotel. But I've been in the Savoy. That's the second biggest. And they haven't got air conditioning, and they're 5-star. They've got it in their ballroom. I suppose it gets hot and sweaty in there. But, yeah, shops have them. But the hotels are very, very old, along the front. They don't look dilapidated. They're just old buildings. I suppose, everything built in the US is automatically, you have air conditioning built when you build a house now, don't you?
Mm-hmm.
So, and maybe some of the newer builds, not that I know of any going on at the moment, maybe they are doing that now, but, I live in an old house.
Yes.
We'd have to knock through walls to put them in, And there's way too many rooms. Way too many. Yeah.
Well, they just have to, knock out a few walls here and there. No big deal.
Hi, Yvette.
Hi. Who's here? I can't even see.
You got Birds here. Darius is here. Darren, JJ, LDG.
And JJ, I can't see you. Oh, and Honey Bun. Who's gone quiet?
Honey Bun.
Yes,
yeah,
and Honey Bun.
Ham. Yeah, it was calling him a ham. Hamming it up. Oh, wait a minute. No, that's not LDG. That's Babyface.
You want Babyface?
No, I
don't.
No,
I don't.
You want Babyface? Huh?
It's too good.
It's just crazy, man. It's a Babyface with a 5 o'clock shadow. That's just weird looking.
You can barely see. Well, okay, yeah. I guess you can see it.
Man, I would have fun if I had some shit like that.
But gotta come it appears I'm out of here.
Already?
How much fun would you have? That's right. What now? Oh my god. Where is it? I can't do it.
Is that what you actually looked like as a baby?
No. This is it's not it doesn't morph your face. This is an actual baby superimposed on my face with just my
eyes,
outline of my mouth.
Well, I wonder if this kid made any money off of this.
No, most likely not.
I don't know. That baby does look a lot like you.
Just like the LD she, man. Did that woman make any money off of that?
It's only sections. That's why it doesn't do the whole. So that's why, like, you can see behind my finger, you can see my mustache coming in more because it's just patches.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like your eyes. It looks like your mouth.
Yeah,
I think it looks like your nose. But in
I guess I kind of look like this a little bit, but like all babies, right? Kind of look the same. Somewhat. Yeah. You know, just like baby trees look the same until they actually grow.
Sure.
Wow, that's an analogy I hadn't gone to.
Yeah.
Well, they're all leaves. It's not until they grow that they look different.
Do they?
Do they? Is that a question?
That was
Trees
a
are different. Some have 4, 5. Let's go to the left, leading to the right. They all look different after their traits grow. Not every tree sprouts the exact same way. Like a fingerprint.
Mm.
Anyway, I like my good looking. Here we go. Much better.
Anime LDG.
This one is like What If LDG. It reminds me of that kind of animation. Cell shaded LDG.
Yeah, what if LDG was human?
Animated LDG is this is animated.
Oh yeah, yeah, that looks like
anime. This is anime.
That's my favorite one.
Then you got Pixar, DG. You know.
Every time I see that version, I see that Disney picture we covered in Gasm.
Which one?
The Disney picture. Really, JJ?
Was I there?
I don't know. Were you?
Well, I don't know what you're talking about, so apparently
Pinocchio nose.
Oh, Pinocchio nose. I thought you were talking about comic.
Oh.
Or
Oh,
Kermit
no.
LDG. Hi ho, Kermit the Frog here.
Oh no, it's not a real puppet.
That's me.
It's just a CGI puppet.
Well, when he does that, I love the neck. The neck does weird shit.
Oh, God. No, I'm out of it. Thank you, Captain.
Yeah. Make a little tree.
Hey, yeah, okay, we're all done. Here's your nose.
I'm done
Okay.
to make dinner
On my
anyway.
face. Sit on my face.
Ugh.
All right, I'm done.
All right, take care, Yvette.
All right,
Later,
I'll
Yvette.
see you
Be
later.
good.
Bye.
Have a good evening.
Have fun. Be good. Have ya. Let's see here.
All right, I'm taking off too. I'll see you
Good
guys
morning,
later.
nightstand. See you later.
Later, boss.
Later.
At least you said bye.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's surprising. Actually, usually he just bounces. Well, the best you can get is when it's like he bounces as he's saying the last syllable. Goodbye. Bye.
Okay. Yeah. Silence is a deadly. Silence is a quiet killer. What's going on, everybody?
Oh, I'm starting to get into my day right now. Hey, Nights End. Yo, Nights End, if you got time today, hit me up at backstage.
Absolutely. How's it going, Nights End?
Because I don't normally, you know me. I'm not. I'm hardly ever here because I'm passed out to 3 sheets to the wind of the world. This morning thing sucks. So I'm just trying to slowly ease into it. Especially, LDG is supposed to have an orgasm tonight. I don't know if I'm gonna be awake for that shit or not.
I don't know if he will either. So hopefully he will take a nap later and be rested up so he can have it. And don't have fucking sushi.
Not having sushi. I can't even afford food right now.
Well, it's kind of weird you say that because we just heard you filling your face a little bit ago.
That was breakfast, eggs, already pre-purchased. That's not ordering food out from a company that charges you almost twice as much to deliver it.
Well, yeah, because if I go buy some shit off the dollar menu, you're not charging me $20 to deliver it.
Well, the place I get it from does. Yeah, no more Uber Eats. Done.
It's gonna be cheaper if you cook it yourself.
Is.
Yeah. Yeah. You go buy the ingredients and do it cheaper.
Yep.
The only thing that'll cost you more in the long run is you got to clean up after yourself.
Yep. But that's something us non-millenniums have anything to worry about. We know how to do stuff like clean after ourselves.
Yeah, yeah.
You can't help being a millennial, LVG. No, that's okay.
I'm sorry?
I was born this way. I can't help it. You said you can't blame a millennial for being a millennial.
No, you can't.
Oh, I thought he was calling. Okay, never mind. No, I don't blame them. I don't blame anybody for the shit they do. I don't blame Shitler.
I do because the millennials that have grown up, their parents didn't teach them how to do this shit.
Exactly.
That's fair.
Yeah, because they had their kids at like 16 while they thought having sex in high school was cool.
I don't know. My mom was almost 36 when I was born.
Under the impression they actually thought that they knew what they were doing.
Yeah,
and they obviously didn't, because 90% of them said that was a huge mistake later. And I had to hear that shit because I was the guy they talked to, the guy they didn't date, the guy who had to hear a million times, I wish I had a nice guy, while you're telling the nice guy that.
Exactly. Yeah. That ain't that bullshit.
I was that guy. So
you're not
I
the,
know what I'm
you're not the
talking
only
about.
one. You're not the only one.
Too much fun.
That's why I'm still single, because I'm too fucking nice.
Well, I'm still single just because my name's not plural. There's only one of me.
Oh wait, I got one for that.
No, you proved that wrong before when you first started coming on YouTube. I can remember the kissing LDGs.
Well, there's nothing wrong with loving yourself, but physically showing that to God knows how many people, that was just weird.
Yep.
Giggity.
Even though it was cool, I'd be like, yo, man, kiss yourself. It was great, Darius. You missed it, man. He'd be sitting there just like that, but he would take his image and double it and flip it upside down, and he's doing the Spider-Man kiss with himself.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, you missed a lot. Oh, yes, and the 30
It was
minute.
very disturbing.
That's true. And the 30-minute wait for when he would start a stream.
30 minutes?
Oh, yeah.
That's right.
Every
30
now and
minutes.
then.
Who are you,
I
Dark
would
Side Phil?
Because I would stream for like 7 hours. Okay? So when I started, I had to make sure everything was good. And it wasn't every time. It was just every now and then I'd get something happen, a phone call, or something happens with the family, and my start time wasn't exactly correct. Plus, I was a new YouTuber. So you got to give me like, a pass, go collect 200 because I was like new to everything.
Hard to imagine.
Honstar, when he does not name that tune, sometimes is 20 to 30 minutes late. Still, after almost 2.5 years.
Thank you.
Because of Chris Knight, though, it's because of technical difficulties.
You're gonna blame it on Chris.
Well, he's the DJ.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Even I was going to do one of my randomness streams one night, and I was sitting in my chair. I ate dinner, and then I noticed time was getting close, but somebody called me. I was like, "You streaming tonight?" I'm like, "Oh shit!" It was like almost 9:30, 9:45, and I was supposed to start at 9. I started my stream half asleep. I didn't know what the fuck was going on. Just like my birthday last year, I was so fucking high, I can't believe I made it to a stream. I was a real life bobblehead during that stream, and it was hard as hell to do.
But you learned from it, right?
Yeah, I learned not to do that shit again because real quick, what had happened is I came home and my niece's boyfriend was there, and he's got his medical card, and I was standing in the kitchen, and he come bringing this little gold thing to me, and in all seriousness, Darius, it looked like something off of Batman's utility belt. It was thin, rectangular, had one button on it, and a black knob on it. It was a vape, but the black knob is what you suck on. So, but it looked like a little fucking detonator. I was like, who am I going to blow up? He goes, no. He goes, I got my weed card, man. I'm like, okay. And he goes, and I've never vaped before. This is the first time I vaped. First time I got my hands on government weed, basically. He goes, just hit it, wait for it to blink, then suck on it. I'm like, all right. And when I did it, he goes, all right, that's enough. I coughed my ass off for 45 minutes straight. And then by the time it was time for me to start streaming, I literally had to pick my ass up out of my chair by the back of my own pants, get my ass in my desk chair, turn my computer on, and get everything set up and ready to go. Mind you, I am fried beyond belief. Even after I finished the stream, I was high for 6 hours off of one hit off this thing. I'm like, never again. I've never been like that ever in my life, and I don't ever want to be. A couple of days later, he comes over and knocks on my door. I'm like, yeah. He comes in. He goes, what's up, man? I'm like, what's going on? He goes, I got something for you. I'm like, you can keep that shit.
Yeah, I remember that.
I fuck that. You can keep that shit. He goes, what? And I told him what happened. He goes, oh, man, I had something a little stronger in there I didn't tell you about. Sorry about that. I'm like, I don't give a fuck. I ain't doing it no more. A couple months later, was out at my roommate's father's house. Then the family was out there. He was out there. He goes, hey, man, what's going on? He goes, I got something for you. And I told him flat to his face, you can keep that shit. I don't ever want nothing to do with it. First and last time I ever vaped. Nope. I like getting high, but there's a point in being high and oblivious, and I don't like being oblivious. Like anybody cares about that shit. I'm the only one that smokes here.
I just get super weird if I do even a tiny amount. I just get really weird, and then I get quiet, and then I just want it to be over. I think I might be allergic.
Yeah.
Well, I don't do it. It's not my style.
That sounds a lot like me. I do sound like a fool and act like a fool from time to time, but there's a lot of times I just want the night to be fucking over with.
I mean, like super weird. Like the world doesn't make sense anymore. Weird.
Yeah, exactly.
It's
Because
extremely bizarre.
When you get that way, you start thinking things you never would normally think of. You know, which is
I get stuck in a loop too, where I just keep going around the same 3 or 4 thoughts in a loop over and over and over again. And I lose track of time.
Oh no, I love making up new shit that don't make no sense.
Yeah. Yeah, no. After enough times, people say, "No, you just didn't do it the right way." I'm like, "No, I don't think I have a right way. I think I'm just not meant to do that."
Well, yeah,
but I'm glad it helps you.
Well, yeah, it's a great pain reliever, but at the same time, you know, I don't smoke during the daytime. Don't ever do. I don't ever smoke until it's nighttime, and I know I ain't got nowhere else to go because I've always tried to keep myself ready to have to get behind the wheel if I have to. Can't do that while you're fried. It's not safe. It's just like drinking. It's not safe.
Yeah.
I try to be responsible about it. But just the fact that I smoke it, people are like, how can you be responsible and smoke weed? Trust me, it happens from time to time, okay? But a lot of people don't get it. Or they look at me like, you know, which I have achieved this persona, if you will. I'm the pothead. I don't ever try to make sense. Sometimes I do, but not often.
I think it makes sense most of the time.
I would agree.
Sometimes you come out of left field with some odd things, but
that's
still
how
make
I
a
think.
kind of sense.
That's how I think because I've always got to look at every in and out that I can possibly think of a situation before I can come to a decision.
You know, unless you state outright that you're, you know, you don't usually come across as, well, there are some people that come across as like, yeah, you've been smoking too much shit.
but Captain, I've been an idiot. Most nights we play cards. I am fried. Okay, you got to be to play that game. Okay, but under normal circumstances, no. I used to smoke for the hell of it. Now it's my medication. And oddly enough, back in 2009, I quit smoking cigarettes and weed at the same time. And after I stopped smoking, after I stopped smoking weed, that's when all the shit started going wrong. My eyesight started going like shit, man. And my body started fucking up, and I worked through it. But when they say marijuana is good for, say, glaucoma or other eye problems, that ain't no shit.
No.
I smoked every day since I was 18 years old up until 2009. And after 2009, my eyesight literally fell off the fucking cliff. Fuck going downhill. It just jumped right off the cliff.
Well, what I find funny is that years ago, you would have the commercials. You know, Burner probably has a couple of them because I happen to find them and download them and send them to him. The anti-drug ads.
Yes.
They're always marijuana. It's like, this is your brain. This is your brain on drugs. It's like, no. I mean, it was funny at the time, but
if you were to see those commercials today, they were really geared towards other things.
Well, I know, but
cocaine,
they were showing
acid, ecstasy, whatnot. It's marijuana falls into that genre because, you know, it's still an illegal drug. I don't care how many states it's legal in. It's still an illegal drug because it's not federally legal.
Yeah, which it should be, by the way.
I agree. You know, and like I said, treat it just like alcohol. You know, put your limitations on it.
The problem is where it's classified. I mean, fine, keep the drug classification and not make it, you know, open up to everything else, but make it a class 4 drug, not a class 1.
Right. And you look at all the pills that are out there. Weed is safer than all these pills that are out there. I don't care if you fact check it or not. That's my belief. It's oxycodone, Lortabs, Percocet, all this. I've seen pills destroy so many lives. Okay, I've not once seen a pothead go downhill like a pill popper. If you overdose on weed, you're just gonna sleep.
The problem is if you got a pothead who gets behind the wheel and thinks he's invincible.
No. See, that's unsafe. That's what I'm saying. You got to put laws and limits against it, just like you would alcohol. Just like what I said just a little bit ago.
Yeah.
I don't leave the house and smoke ever. I don't smoke and leave. But at the same time, I'm gonna go ahead and turn that around and make myself a liar real quick. About once every month and a half, I got this old high school buddy of mine. All right, I live in Northeast Florida. He lives in Southwest Georgia, and we kind of meet in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
And have breakfast every month and a half or so. Catch up, chill out. Then we'll go and sit and smoke a little bit and reminisce, and then wait till our brains clear up a little bit. Then we drive home. But other than that, I don't ever smoke out of the house. Most of the time I don't smoke out of my own room, unless I hang out with my roommates and we're just in there having a safety meeting, as we call it.
Yep.
But I start smoking, I ain't going nowhere. It's just, being responsible about it. Even when I meet my friend for breakfast, we're responsible about it. We don't drive around and not like we used to, man. When I started smoking when I was 18, it was like, how much weed can we score in a day? We would just ride around and fry our brains and just be stupid teenagers, but not no more.
Yeah.
Got to be responsible about it. And a lot of people don't. They think they're invincible. They can do anything. When they hurt somebody or themselves, that's when they think twice about it. And I'm ashamed I had to succumb to that point, but that's the way it always happens. New drinkers, they think they can get out and do anything, get behind the wheel. Coke heads, acid trippers, potheads, ecstasy takers, whatever you do, whatever your choice of poison, you think you can get behind the wheel? Don't. I don't give a fuck what you do. Just don't get behind the wheel. Stay home or get somewhere where you're going to be there for a while.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry, that goes for alcohol. Any other stuff?
Everything. Yeah, everything. Yeah, everything. I'm not going to sit here don't, because that's like the pot calling the kettle black. I'm just saying be responsible about it. Which that's another trait that's quickly leaving the scene. We've basically lost all common sense. Now responsibility is on the next passage out.
And we didn't lose common sense. Common sense doesn't mean what you talk about my words, right? Common sense is the average sense people have. What's the common sense to have? Common sense is turned into idiotic stupidity. Common sense still exists.
No,
it's just been corrupted.
Okay,
common sense says you don't get in a vehicle.
That's proper sense. That's proper sense. That's not common. Common. Look up the word common sense. What's the sense that is common among people? That's how the word was created. That's what the phrase is for. Proper sense says don't iron your clothes while you're still wearing it.
Common sense says you take them off first.
No.
Giggity.
Common sense says you can open someone's door without their permission.
No, that's
common
bullshit.
Sense
no,
is yes. That People actually
No.
think they have the right to do whatever the hell they want.
That's not common
sense right now.
No,
That's common.
not.
It's common. Look it up.
I'm
Sorry.
telling
Look
you,
it up, dude.
that's not common
Look up common
sense.
sense.
Well,
common sense is still misused. It's not even
Good
funny.
morning, Cam.
Well, LDG, you're kind of
I'm right and wrong at the same time.
You're splitting hairs on it. You're talking about the physical meaning of the actual words "common sense," not what we're talking about as far as common sense. Yeah, it may be a term that is misused, but it may be a term.
The phrase
that is
"common sense." Go ahead, JJ, please.
No, I say it may be. It's just like a lot of things that we misuse, as far as our vocabulary. But that's how we were raised to know. Hey, it's common sense. You should already know this, and that's what I mean by it's something that is slipping away because people thinking they can do things and get away with it and not have to pay any consequences behind it. Well, guess what? You're wrong. It's something that has slipped away through the past few decades, little by little.
Yeah, no, that's why we got to stop using it like that. And it's the same thing with Wi-Fi. It's like you want to correct me with Wi-Fi. I get it. I understood that, and I made the correction. I'll never use Wi-Fi like that again now. But common sense is something people say the way you just said it, and this just perpetuates ignorance. That's my Wi-Fi. Okay, that's not common. Look up the definition of common sense. It has nothing in there that says the sense has to be correct. There's no words in there. It's completely subjective, and it changes depending based on what's the exact words in the definition here? Nearly all people. What is the perceived understanding by nearly all people? That is the definition.
Yes.
So I recommend stop using common sense.
That's what it is.
Well, LDG, when I say common sense, this is my definition of it. It's just the typical basis of right and wrong. Okay, if you don't know that, then
that's common sense. I don't care what you want to call it. It's common sense. That's the way we're using it. Common sense. Right. Common sense says if you hit yourself. No, shut up and listen to me. It's my stream. Common sense says if you hit your hand with a hammer, it's gonna fucking hurt. That's common sense.
There are a lot of people who think that doesn't hurt. There are people who jumped out of a window actually watching a reboot, thinking they can go through the glass. That's their common sense. Their common sense was, I'm invincible, and this isn't gonna hurt me.
I ain't never had the idea in my head to go jump out of a fucking window.
That's fucking senseless.
Oh yeah, everyone has. What are you talking about? You all had stupid ideas back in the day. I had a couple.
Well, yeah. Me and the same.
I never dreamed of climbing up a building and jumping off, thinking I was fucking Superman.
No, didn't say jumping off the window, but I mean jumping. Jumping through glass. It could be on the first floor. It doesn't have to be like 9 stories up.
No. I just told the story the other night. Not long after I started driving for DHL, I was out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and as I was coming down this road on my route, I was coming across this little bridge that was over this shitty ass creek, and there was 4 black buzzards, 2 on each side on the guardrails. And I slowed down, and when I hit that bridge, 4 buzzards turned into about 12 instantly, and one went right through my windshield. I had to finish my route that day with shattered glass all over me. So I have never had the idea to jump through a fucking window.
Consider yourself lucky. I know somebody who's in a motorcycle that hit a buzzard, and the doctors had to take it out of his head.
Yeah, that ain't good.
Went right between the eyeball, and the eyeball went back in place. Fucking bird in his head, scrambling his brains, trying to get out of the head.
Fuck all that. Fuck all that. Yeah, I mean, it's just.
Happens to wear a helmet.
Now you can't disagree with this, LDG. We all misuse terms. We all do, no matter what the
No, I'm not
term
blaming you,
is.
JJ.
I
Stop.
know that. I know
Don't
that.
pull a
But
B with me.
no,
Yeah.
I'm not. I'm just
You know
saying.
I
It's
didn't.
just
I wasn't attacking you. I was attacking
no. I know that.
the
I'm just
whole.
saying. I'm 49 years
I
old.
want to
That's
change
how
the common sense of using the word common sense.
yeah, that's how I was raised to use it. You know, it's basically it's just typically right and wrong.
That's the problem. That's the problem with everybody.
Common sense is basically the same as common knowledge. Common knowledge says you walk into a door and it's not open, it's going to fucking hurt.
No, but no, the definition says nearly all people. So if all people think it's one thing, then that becomes common sense. You're just talking about logical sense. What you just said was logic. That had nothing to do with common. You're mixing it up. It's logical that if I hit my hip foot with a hammer, it's going to hit. It's not common. There's a lot of people think it won't hurt that much, especially those who say, oh, well, if I wear steel-toed boots, it won't hurt. You get all these little different, other people's answers and perceptions and all that. Welcome to diversity. But it's not the point. You're talking logical sense.
Is 1 + 1 common sense?
Not
1 + 1 can equal anything.
Well, 1 + 1. It's just a simple equation, right? I don't think of that as common sense. Oh, geez,
no, it's not common sense at all.
It's just easy.
But this bullshit they tried to put into our schools, I think a couple years ago, this Common Core math, it was making simple math so fucking difficult. Kids failing left and right because I still don't understand it. It didn't even last a full school year. Our governor was like, "Get this shit out of here."
Oh, Common Core?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that stuff is bonkers.
Yeah.
I don't know who the fuck thought of that. And why it was a good idea.
The math seemed so elaborate. I didn't understand what the point was. It took up like a whole sheet of paper to multiply two numbers.
Yeah. Yeah, it was so stupid. And I'm thinking it was like they was trying to make an early form, make kids learn an early form of, say, algebra or calculus or something like that. Minus all the letters and shit. They just want to make it more and more difficult. Wow. I came in here and brought the fire. We still going. Yeah. And you spelt it wrong, Elihu. I know you're just waking up and shit, but it's not. It's you are, not your, as in yours.
I'm sure he appreciates that.
Yeah.
I like fucking with him. It's such a great thing to do.
Yeah, it is.
LDG clipped that.
What? I said fucking with him.
I know.
I missed it too. What the hell did I say?
You love fucking with me.
No, I said Elihu, not you.
Oh.
I'm talking about Elihu. He commented in the chat, "You're still on," but he put Y-O-U-R. You're still on instead of you are. Apostrophe R-E.
That's correct.
And like I said, I just love fucking with Elihu, not LDG. I can't have fun with LDG because he takes things too literal. And I've said this a dozen times. When I've got to explain a simple joke, okay, it loses its humor.
Yeah, tell me about it.
No offense, but I've done that several times.
The Morning Bowl. That'd be funny. That would be JJ or Elihu. The Morning Bowl.
The Morning Bowl.
I like that. Cap's got some competition.
Nope. I'm not switching to day shift just to do a morning bowl. I ain't doing it.
Let's make it 30 minutes or 5 minutes. It doesn't have to be long. Tell you what, just say your good morning while you're having a bowl. When the bowl's done, the show's done. Done.
No. Like I said, I don't smoke in the daytime. Like I said, it would just mess my whole day up.
You don't have to actually smoke. You know that, right?
Then what's the point of having a morning bowl?
The people watching could do it.
The metaphor. The people of watching will see you.
You know, I call
it. How many times in movies they're not smoking? They're what you think they're smoking, or drinking what you think they're drinking.
Yeah, I know. I love it. You know, it's supposed to be an ice cold beer when it's probably just fucking ginger ale. Excuse me.
Same thing. Come on.
You know, morning
Speak
bowl.
your mind.
No, morning bowl. No, I call it a wake and bake. Yep, exactly.
Oh yeah.
Darius put in a wake and bake. Yeah.
Wake and bake with JJ and Elihu.
That's common. The morning bowl is more.
I see what you did there.
Logical. You like it, right?
Yeah.
Morning bowl is ripping off both Captain Trek and Jedi Bill.
Okay, so Captain Trek ripped off Jedi. Wait, actually, I don't even know anymore who the fuck came up with it first. I don't even care. Who cares? I have the morning daily. What does that have to do with it?
Which comes on the afternoon for me, by the way.
It just sounds like you're taking a shit.
Sounds like a very polite way. Sounds like something very sweet old Southern lady would call it.
Oh man, I know my way. I gotta find if I have a camera for that. Do I have a toilet camera?
Oh god, I hope not.
It looks like I'm in the corner. The morning daily from the toilet
with a deep fake overlay for your ass.
Yeah.
Oh, he's doing his morning daily from his lazy bowl.
Elihu says, JJ, that's the morning dump.
There we go.
Yeah, Darius, I like that.
Okay.
Wake and bake with Elihu.
Oh, there we go.
What the hell toilet paper?
Oh my god! Here we go. This is what you wanted, right? Oh, there we go. Hello. Yeah.
LDG. PK says that's the morning bowel or the morning movement.
Yes. and it should be wake and bake with E and J.
Oh my God! Spray.
Oh.
I'm Gallagher.
Oh my God.
Oh God! Stop
what
me!
would be so
Stop me
fucked
right
up?
now! Oh my God!
Oh,
There we go.
what the hell?
Oh, this is a good one. Whoever suggested this, thank you.
Interfering with your green screen, but you know,
I am the toilet.
What would be cool is
like
if while you were talking, the lid would open and shut.
Right? I wonder if there's one here, though. You never know. Oh, the flushing noise. That's funny.
You know what message that's giving up, right?
What?
Full of shit.
Oh, here we go.
Sit on my face?
Basically.
Sit on my face!
For the
I'm in the toilet.
water sports.
Oh, you can't see the background.
Oh my God.
Great.
He looks like
Very interesting.
LEG, what would we do without you?
Be bored.
Most likely the same thing you do every day, Pinky. I like this one though. No. Yeah. The Morning Daily. We're really plunge the shit.
I can't believe somebody made that and rigged it and programmed it.
Why?
You need to do some shit like that, Darius. That way you can turn your camera on if you had one, and just you still ain't got to show your face. Just have something else.
I just want to be like a cartoon.
Right?
Like a cartoon cyborg with a cowboy hat.
Well, you're already blonde. I'm thinking like Matt Tracker from Mask.
How you know that?
Because I've heard stories.
Oh. So there's only two people that really know what I look like.
I don't know what you look like, but I do know you have blonde hair. By your own words.
You could give a general description of what you want the picture to look like, and let Yitza do one of you. That way, it wouldn't look like you, but it would be
a character
different. Yeah, more of a caricature.
You know,
I thought about that.
Make it more cyborgish, even than you. Kind of like a cross between what do you call it? What is that movie? I can't think of RoboCop. RoboCop and the Borg.
Okay.
Cross
Maybe
those
a little
two.
cyberpunk. Yeah. I actually thought about that, but I figured I would wait until he gets to know me a little better. But yeah, no, that's something I've considered.
You have so many options.
I even thought about just modeling my own 3D character. Just getting whatever LDG's got, but then like making a custom 3D model.
Yeah, good luck. The program is fucking crazy.
What's it written in?
I don't know what it's written in, but it's its own. It's
like a
program.
custom scripting language.
Yeah.
So you can't just import like a rigged model.
You can import a 3DS file or a 3D file,
an FBX.
But I don't know all the file types.
FBX is like your basic 3D model. It contains information for your mesh,
vertices and lines. Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
but they're different ones.
Textures.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you can usually send them back and forth between like 3ds Max, Maya. You drop them into Unity or Unreal.
Yep.
Oh, that would be awesome. You make an Unreal model.
The program, the program to make your own comes with it. Well, you just got to download it, but the link is there.
All right, I'll have to meet you in the LDG backstage so we can talk more about that.
Yeah, sure. Because if you can, then I wouldn't mind like if you could do couple, like I could, because I want you to map. I want to map these to my face, and not the face that it's already mapped to. Because like as you can see, I can still see the left eye, because my nose is technically not there. I'm wearing whoever did this mapped their face or mapped a face that doesn't match mine exactly. So some of these don't line up right. But if you can, that's why you do you see the people when they do the dots on their face, that's what that's for.
Yeah.
No one knows what those dots are for. It's so the computer can match your face.
I know. I used to put those dots on people's faces when I used to do motion capture.
Yeah.
Like I say, I know he knows how to do it because that's what he did. Or does. I don't know.
I'm talking about Darius. I'm talking about the people listening. Anyway, so that's how they get a good mesh of your face. So they know where your cheek is, where your bones are, different spots in the face.
We used to have to put actual like silver balls on the face back in like 2009 when I started doing it. Just like you have on the bodysuit, but smaller. You used to have to like put them on with adhesive that would stick to the person's face, the actor.
Now you just need dots.
Yeah, right. Which is so much more convenient for everybody.
Well, I think they have like special. It's not just dots. It's like a special thing. Still dots, but
it has a certain reflectivity profile.
Because kind of like
the cameras use like infrared lasers.
Yeah, reflectivity and shit. It all comes back to that.
Yeah, you know that the light pen predates the mouse.
Yep.
Wow.
That still blows my mind.
I know.
There's some of the analog technology that they had back in the day. It's like digital makes more sense to me than analog. Just because I'm more familiar with it. But they had all these games, arcade games. In fact, even in Jaws, when I watched it last night, they had a light gun game where they were shooting a shark in an arcade.
Yep.
Operation Wolf, all those things. That's why you look down, you see the mirror and shit. You never were looking at the actual screen.
Operation Wolf, man. I loved that game. It was aggravating as shit, but I loved it.
Yeah,
Anything
other
that had a
games.
gun,
Some games did the
yeah.
same thing, like the X-Men game, but that was because of the stretching the screen. Had that optical illusion.
If it had a gun, I loved it.
Oh yeah, because it used to be
I think that was
vectors.
the 4-panel.
Yeah, before pixels. So like before polygons, we had pixels. Before pixels, now you know about pixels. It was all vector back in the day.
Vector graphics.
Well, vectors were the fast form of render. Because all you needed was 2 points.
Right.
In render, you need every single point in between.
Right. A vector is scalable, so you can change the size, you can stretch the skew.
Everything's scalable, but I know what you're saying.
Yeah.
You can scale a 4x4 to 100 by 100, and it won't look good, but you can still scale it. But a vector won't lose its resolution.
Exactly. Right. You can enlarge a bitmap and it'll look grainy and pixelated, but if you enlarge a vector, it'll look identical.
Yep.
That's why Flash. I remember I first started dealing with vectors in Flash back when we used to use Flash, and it was all vector, so you could stretch, skew, morph.
Take a picture. Yep. Trace it, and
proper Photoshop.
Put it into Flash. Flash, man, was a fucking nightmare. Oh god, I hated Flash. I could do it. I had to learn ActionScript and all that shit, but
oh yeah. Dude, believe it or not, ActionScript used to help me get chicks because they'd make your animation, and then we had to create buttons, and no one could figure out how to make the button clickable. You have like the hover state, and then you have like the mouse down, mouse up. You have to make it work in ActionScript, but ActionScript is so close to Java, which I learned after C++. I was like, oh, okay, I can handle this, and so be like, can you help me? Can you help me click my button? Yeah, I'll help you click your button.
Yeah.
It's like, pretty much the nerdiest pickup line that I know.
I think it got me one chick, but that's just me.
Well, every woman I've ever encountered, shit like this is boring to them. But anyway, I've hung out long enough. Captain, thank you for letting me come on.
Absolutely.
I'm going to dip for the day. I got some shit to do.
Oh, yeah. We all got
stuff to go buy. I get to go shopping, y'all.
Cool.
No, not cool. No. Not that kind of shopping. It's not like I'm going to the store and coming home with a blonde. This shit ain't working.
Yeah, we don't do that.
You never know. You never know. You could come home with a blonde.
No, I don't have that kind of money. But anyway, take care, everyone.
Take care.
All right.
Here, JJ.
If you do it, if you do a nerdgasm tonight, LDG, I'm most likely will be there, but I may be late because Chris is talking about doing a live stream tonight at 11 o'clock. So,
that traitor. What?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
I'll see to that.
He just mentioned it last night on cards, man. He's doing.
Yeah, I'll mention it all right with my foot up his ass. He's not freaking over streaming Nerdgasm.
No.
Actually, he's starting before you.
He's supposed to be on the panel, for God's sakes.
He's starting before you.
Well, if he's only going for an hour, then that's fine. But
we'll see. But anyway,
11 his time is midnight. My time. I'll talk to him.
We all have to pick our own time slots.
Hey,
hey man, no competition here. That's right. This is me being an asshole.
He done stated it. It's 11 p.m. Eastern.
Yeah, and I stated it too. Oh, 11 Eastern? Okay, good. Yeah. So my foot won't have to go up his ass. Okay, cool.
That's what I'm saying. He's starting before you, 11 Eastern. But take care, everyone. I'll talk to you all soon.
Be good. I don't know what topic I'm going to talk about. I was going to talk about last week. Later, man. About the Jessica Rabbit thing. That they're trying to desexualize Jessica Rabbit.
Oh, like they did to
trying
Lola?
to gender swap Faye Valentine. What?
Like they did to Lola?
Yeah. Yep.
Lola Bunny.
So, I mean, I'm done. I'm done. I don't care anymore. I'm just gonna remember the things the way I remember them, and if anyone says anything the hottest cartoon ever was Jessica Rabbit.
What's the point of Jessica Rabbit if she's not sexy?
Yeah, and the fact that she's married to a rabbit.
Well, yeah. But that's the whole thing. She's like the hottest cartoon.
And she's married to a rabbit. Yeah.
Right. But she loves her bunny.
Yep.
He loves her bunny. Exactly. Which is ironic because there are plenty females out there that love their bunny.
Giggity?
So, giggity, giggity. There's some men who love the bunny.
Good for them.
You're not the only one.
Oh yeah, you saw all those new sound effects that voice mod added?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, voice mod and Stream Deck has them too.
Mm.
That one I grabbed myself though. I mean, I love having my own. You know, having my own sound effects is pretty good, right, Bert?
What?
Yeah, exactly. Every time I look at you, I go blind.
Every fucking time.
Oh Lord. Yes,
Bird, wake up. It's wake up time.
Hey, welcome back.
Hey, how's it going?
The morning bowl.
I'm drinking coffee out of my wonderful Captain Trek mug,
Oh,
which you
nice.
can find at Captain Trek's merch store and other fine products. Oh, LDG, got your head out of your ass yet? I'll take
Yeah,
that.
now that we figured out it was a simple thing to clear up. Yeah. Yeah. How about you?
I'm over it.
We good now? Are we good? We made up? All right. Again?
Dude, we're gonna, dude, you and I are gonna butt heads all the time, but you know what? At least we always move on from it. We haven't crossed any lines.
Thank you, but sometimes I'd like my arguments like that one wasn't needed. I was trying to make a serious point, and then it got out of control.
Well, that's
and all
why
we had to do was clear up one word. That's it.
LDG.
One
That's
word.
why I left. That's one of the reasons I left, because otherwise it would have gone into a screaming match, because I know how you and I are, and we would have
just cleared up the one word.
Back and forth.
Just had to clear up one word. But
cool.
You didn't have to
It's
leave.
over.
I don't like it when you leave like that.
It's
You don't
done.
need to leave.
It's done.
All right, it's done.
LDG, it's done. I did that. I left for me and for Captain Trek's stream. That's it. It's over.
Yeah, but that didn't need to happen. If the roles were reversed, I would try to understand the word you were trying to say. The whole
anyway,
I'm leaving just to save the show doesn't need to happen over that little bullshit. Now, if I'm actually attacking you, then that's a different story. And I'm being
No, we don't do it. No. We don't do that.
then you come down on me. But that misunderstanding, I was trying to make an interesting point, and it just got ruined.
I've never found you. I've never thought of you as attacking me. I've
No,
never taken.
of course
it that
not.
way.
I don't attack.
Exactly.
You're another version of me. Hurting you hurts me. So I would
what
never
are you
do
guys
that.
talking about?
We just finished up talking about what
Action script, vector graphics,
action script, yeah.
Motion capture,
making buttons. See, nobody could. I see the thing with Flash is that I always took it to the next level. People couldn't do what I did, so they were showing how to make buttons, like with the squares and loading the image. My buttons were like transparent little blocks, and until you ran the program, that's when they came alive. Because my buttons were actually objects, like fully blown objects. fully dynamic, fully self-loading, the whole nine yards. Their buttons were the fake way of programming. Like a lot of people, like they call themselves programmers today. You're not programmers. All you are is a receptionist at a telephone company. You're just connecting lines between two different things. That's it.
Oh yeah, you're talking about like visual scripting, where instead of having to
all
type
they were
it
doing
out,
is writing a box and click, 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 and they think they're programming. They ain't fucking programming.
it's
That's
useful
just
for
static
people
bullshit.
who think that they can't learn how to program to realize that they can. Right? It's a good starting point for people, but that you got to graduate beyond that.
One of the best classes I got was my Cisco class.
Ooh.
That dealt with command prompt, and of course that was all it was, setting up VLANs and stuff like that, setting up ACLs and things like that. I mean, it was interesting. I think people, because they're used to GUI, graphic user interface, and they're used to clicking on icons, the idea of actually typing in commands and just having command prompts and just it being the text is somewhat scary for people who have never done that before. Whereas I'm old enough, and most of us are old enough, when I first got on a computer, my grandfather had a Commodore 64, and for me to play a game on a floppy disk, I had to put the floppy disk in and type in the following thing: LOAD shift 2 shift A, comma A, or shift star shift 2, comma A, comma 1. And that was the code to get the game working. That was the code to get the computer working. But for people who are used to just clicking on icons, that is confusing for them. Where Unix and Cisco routing is actually very, very simple to do and very to learn. It's a very complex structure, but one of the beauties of Unix is, I think LDG would know, is it's an open source and it can be worked.
Oh,
and then he leaves.
I don't think he meant to do that.
Nope. Hold on.
You said it's open source?
Yes, Unix is an open source thing. And actually, when I went to when I was at work in the Air Force, one of the classes they sent me to was a 2-week Unix. And I was kind of terrified I was a little hesitant because I hadn't really done command prompt based stuff in a while, because I'd been, dealing with Windows and GUI and stuff. But once I really got into it, I found it very easy to navigate and very easy to work with. Just like when I was doing the Cisco stuff and figuring out the ACLs and the VLANs and that kind of stuff, it's very easy to work and navigate. You just have to take the time to get over the fear of it being text-based.
Right. I remember back in the day, a lot of, for 3D rendering, a lot of shaders were written in code. And so you would build them that way. And now they have more of like a node-based system where you could plug one node into another. And visually, because a lot of artists are using the software, it helps the artists who are very visually minded in order to understand what's going on instead of having to type the code, from scratch. In fact, Unreal has a whole system called Blueprint, where I think you can control just about anything within the engine using a node-based system where you plug one thing into another, very similar to visual scripting. Because when I was going through the program, because it was like technical art, you have like modelers, you have programmers, you have the whole spectrum from the very artistic people who are afraid to touch code, all the way down to like the programmers who say, well, I can only draw a stick figure.
Yeah.
So having tools that like empower people and make them realize, because a lot of the artists are like, oh no, I can't do action script, I can't do programming, I can't do that. Like, sure you can. I'll show you could do it. But they didn't have the confidence to think they could do it.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like I was saying, when I did my when I was going through when I was in the Air Force and I went through my administrative class I had to go through for the unit, I knew continue to do my job because that was a requirement for them. One of those was the Cisco based stuff, and it was all command prompt, and it was, you know, setting up VLAN, setting up IPs, setting up subnets, and things like that. And if you actually really sit down and listen, it's not as difficult as people think. It's actually very, very damn simple. Setting up a subnet, a supernet, a VLAN is not hard. It is super easy. It is unbelievably easy as hell. Setting up IPs for your routers, your switches, your hubs through Cisco is so damn easy. And the sad part is I never got to use that stuff. I never got to use my Unix. I never got to use my Cisco stuff. I found it so easy to understand.
I mean, that goes for everything, though, too. I mean, you have, and it's not one or the other. It's more of a hybrid that people need to start seeing it as. Command prompt gives you so much, and then you start with the command prompt, and with the command prompt, you can create a GUI, and then you find out there's purposes for both. And it's when you utilize both is when you can create a stronger program or a strong or interface with a stronger system. But that goes all the way back to games too, because like you remember like text-based games like Zork, those were fun as shit.
Yeah,
they came out with these arcade sticks and game controllers, and basically it's the same damn thing. You're just hitting a single button instead of typing in the actual word, but you would lose something from it if you went one way or the other. Because and if you got sick of like controller games, and then the first time you actually play a text-based game, you're like, wait a second, I can type whatever the hell I want in here. It's kind of like Dungeons and Dragons.
Yes.
Like, look around, move left, move right, stub your toe, scratch your ass. I mean, you start typing.
You discover commands.
There was
experimentation
thing for it.
There was, and I can't remember the name of this game that I played on my Commodore 64, but it was a text-based, kind of like a Dungeons and Dragons game. And I would say, I would have to type in, go to the left. And it would literally, the next thing it would say is, you ran into the wall, stupid. Because there was a wall there. Even though the GUI showed me there was a door to go through, I went left and it goes, you ran into a wall, stupid. Because and then you put in different texts and you'd find out you had more options to be able to do as you learned it. And unfortunately, we didn't have internet back then. So when we were doing this stuff, we just kind of played it as we go. But with text-based, you had a lot more options available to you to type in what you wanted to do. And it seemed like the program understood that. And if it didn't, it would tell you.
Mm-hmm. Right, and you could experiment with words
too. Like you didn't know what there was unless you had some kind of cheat sheet.
Right,
which were not available in the 80s worth of shit unless you had, like for example, you wanted to get through a game back in the 80s on Nintendo. What did you have to buy?
Nintendo
Power.
I refused to get Nintendo Power for that exact reason. That's why it took me 7 years to beat Zelda.
I never beat Zelda. I never beat the original.
I knew people who had like all the maps. Remember they had like the pinouts instead of pretty girls.
Yes.
Maps of all the dungeons and shit. I refused to use that shit. Refused.
Hey, you know what? I got one of those retro ones right here, and I still can't beat Zelda, and I refuse to cheat. But at least I beat Mario again. Although I still haven't figured out how to beat Metroid. That one I still haven't figured out.
So yeah, that's what I'm waiting for now is this merging right now where they're finding out it's cheaper and easier to make games just like on a visual premise. I forgot the name of the company that makes those games. They're like King's Quest kind of like the Walking Dead game.
Mm-hmm.
Like, but it's so monotonal. It's so there's no like. I want a game where it's visual, where I can use a controller, walk up to somebody, hit a button. Instead of seeing 3 things I can say, type in what I want to say. Merge the 2 concepts together to expand the game even further. But to do that, they have to have creative programmers that program it in there, that make the game so you can go to somebody and type in whatever you want and see how they respond to what you're typing. Not 3 different things, and that one of them, and then they try to play that game where, and I hate games that do this. No matter what you click, you're eventually going to go down a particular path.
Yes. Oh, God, I hated that.
I fucking hate that.
Dragon, I'll give you a perfect example of that, LDG. Dragonlance, when I played that on Nintendo. Because, I'm a little kid, and this girl is like, do you love me? And you have yes or no, but thou must. So no matter what, I got to click yes.
Yeah.
And I'm like, I was a kid. I didn't understand that shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, this is gross. I don't want to say I love this person.
No, not when you're a little boy. No.
Yeah, exactly.
And they try to do Bandercoof on Netflix, and they, I don't know, it was all right, but it didn't make sense. Like some of the things on Bandercoof were forced, where you thought you were going in a certain direction by saying no, but then it just brought you right back to it brought you somewhere you didn't want to be, or it brought you back to it didn't matter what you said in the first place. It just gave the illusion that you had a choice. Not like
in Mass Effect, in Mass Effect, you get multiple conversational options, but half the time 2 of them are redundant, and they'll just give you the same result.
Yeah, it's bullshit. Because they don't want to put the work into it.
Yeah, but it's all like recorded dialogue, so you have to allocate the space for additional lines and then record them. Is that really easier than just
They don't have to do that
programming
now.
different possibilities?
They have synthesized voices now, pretty damn good too.
Oh, now they do, yeah.
They could go to the next level with it.
Well, let's take KOTOR for example. Yes, the storyline goes a certain way. But at least it has a lot of layers and options to it based on the choices you make, which is what I liked about it, because I was a pen and paper RPG gamer where, you had a dungeon master, storyteller, god, game ordinance director, whatever you wanted to call them. And, it was very much more open. We didn't always go the way the game master wanted us to, and that would be how the story would go. Whereas in these things, it's very directed towards there's an end goal, which is fine, but you want to be able to have those options available to you. Like in KOTOR, where you had the option of being Jedi or going back to Revan being a Sith, and you could kill off characters that were supposed to be your companions. There was a choice to that and consequences that went to it.
Vinegar?
Apple cider vinegar.
Are you going to drink that?
Yep. Diabetic. Looks like piss.
It's also good for blood pressure.
It's also good for smokers.
It's like crap all the hell.
It's also good for stripping the syrup flavoring out of a shake machine line.
Oh, it's a great cleaner. It's good for your liver.
You gonna make it, buddy?
Oh, strong shit.
I hate apple cider.
Oh, when I start feeling woozy, though, I gotta have some.
a fast.
Yeah, we used to
active
have
shooter.
when I was in the Marine Corps and we were out in the field, when it was wintertime, they used to come around and the chow guys would have 2 vending areas there for us to pour from. One was apple cider, one was chicken broth. I always went for the chicken broth because, oh my God, that was like heaven during the wintertime.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there was something about hot chicken broth that just warms your soul while you were freezing your ass off.
Yeah, the restaurant I worked at, we sold a French dip. And so in the wintertime, sometimes we just drink the au jus. And
Okay.
it does warm you up. It's similar to chicken broth, except it's beef based. But for some reason, if I have an upset stomach, it always settles my stomach. Probably because it's so salty.
Yeah, that's probably one of the things with the chicken broth was. But you know, it's cold. It was cold. I'm hot. I'm not complaining because it's hot and it tastes good.
That's what she said.
Okay, I walked into that one.
Hey, where'd Captain go?
I don't know. My internet might have went out.
I
Free
don't
for
know.
all.
I don't know. Bird, do you know what
He's
happened?
been
to Cat?
gone. He's been gone a while, and I don't see any message in private chat. So
I thought it was quiet.
But the stream's still going, so I assume he'll be back or trying to get back.
Oh,
Bird, how are you settling into the new
I
bed?
shouldn't leave yet. You won't be able to bring me back on.
It's taking a little getting used to, but I'm making it.
Is that at least comfy, roomy for you?
I tell you, today that sitting in it right now, it was the most comfortable I've been in a while.
That's good to hear.
The first couple of days, I was a little concerned. It wasn't quite as comfy as the old one, but I think I'm getting used to it now.
So you're able to comfortably settle into it. That's good.
It would seem so.
Well, that's awesome. That's good to hear. So I was originally going to go to Terre Haute today to go watch Venom with my son, but I actually looked up and found there is a theater in Illinois that is actually closer. The only issue is I got to remember the time difference because they're an hour behind me. So when they say the movie is at 7:30, it's going to be 8:30 for me.
Mm-hmm.
So I got to remember that when I go over there. But yeah, unless my son, everything okay, Cap?
Just lost internet for a little bit. It's quite all right.
Why are there 2 LDGs doing crazy shit here?
That is weird.
Yeah, that was weird.
Is he playing back a recording?
Probably.
That was weird, right? I'm muted now. There we go. Laptop and I
You're
take
not
you guys
muted
out.
anymore,
I
bud.
can't.
They looked completely different.
Yeah,
they did.
That's a good webcam. Shitty webcam.
I only have
Like
one
makes me look
webcam,
horrible.
unfortunately.
I look like a fucking something.
I don't think there's a webcam that's going to make me look any better.
Agreed.
Yeah, no, my web. Yeah, you get a better webcam. Wait, what do you got? 920?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't bought a new one
That's
yet.
not bad. That's not. It does look like you need to adjustment though.
Yeah, that's the problem with this webcam. The settings won't let me do much with the shit with the settings.
Did you download the hub?
No.
That's why. I had the same
LDG,
problem.
I'm going to be completely honest. You know, I said I'm a computer
Don't lie to
repair
me.
guy, but I'm 2 years out of practice. So, you know, the old
I don't want to
saying,
hear that.
don't
That's no
use it.
excuse. You know exactly where to find me backstage. I can
Actually,
help you fix your camera.
If anything, you have less of an excuse because that's what you did for a long time. Therefore, you should be on top of things, not behind.
Like riding a bike.
Yeah, I know. I'm getting.
Hit me up backstage. I'll show you how to use software, where to get it, because the hub just finally worked for me. Like I had to do shit manually all the time. It pissed me off. Every time I want to captain check or stream, I had to change all the fucking settings every time. Now the hub works fine.
Yeah, I got you.
Use the hub.
Okay. Yeah. All right. Well, we'll get
Logitech
together
hub.
back. I'll get together with you and your backstage.
I'll fix it
one of
up.
these days when I.
You look fine.
And,
I think you just need a
we'll
small
clear it up
adjustment,
together.
and you'll get the smoothness like this. It took a while for me to get my camera look this good. You guys remember my first streams? I looked like shit.
Yeah, I've seen the visual improvements on your on the quality of your picture coming out on my screen.
Same camera I've had over a year. I just didn't know how to use it right.
The improvements for your cam would be a bag or mask, and voice mod.
We're not talking about the glowing eyes, okay?
I'm talking about NB.
I'm talking about the fact that NB looks like he's staring into a supernova. Okay.
Well, there's a reason for that. I'm going to tell you why there is a reason for that. I haven't got my laptop. I haven't got my laptop monitor fixed yet. So while my camera is on my laptop, I'm actually looking at everybody on my TV. So that's why I'm always looking like I'm looking. That's why I'm always looking up. Because I haven't got this fixed because unfortunately I've got other things I've got to pay for that are a little more higher priority than getting that done when I figured out, I can plug the HDMI in, plug it into my computer, plug it into my monitor, do what I need to do with my computer.
Let me ask.
Also, the closest repair shop is in Terre Haute.
Let me put you this way. The screen on this laptop went out. You know how I fixed it? I happened to have another laptop before that I stopped using. What did I do? I took the screen from the old laptop and I plugged it into this one. I literally took it apart. I did little things, do little plugins. It works just fine.
Yeah, unfortunately, I tried to go into this thing and work with the monitor plug, the connection, but it ain't working. And unfortunately, my only other laptop available to me that I have that's an old laptop that I used for surfing the high seas, for example, is a smaller computer. So I can't, unfortunately, take the monitors and switch them out. Maybe I could take the sensor and switch it out, but I don't know if that would work. Also, I don't have the right desk available. I don't have a static mat. I don't have any of that stuff.
Why?
I don't repair things at home on the computer on a regular basis anymore.
You should still have the bad NB.
No, I had those in the military. They were available to me there.
You said I don't have them home anymore, implying that you used to have them at home.
Because I borrowed them from work. And like a dumbass, I didn't think to go and buy my own fucking shit. I screwed up there.
Or you could have lost a few things. The military does lose a few things here and there.
Yeah. You'd be amazed what's been lost. I remember one of my lieutenants when I was in the Marine Corps, and they said, you know more than the average citizen will know. I said, yeah, because if they knew what we blew their money on, they'd be pissed. So,
well, yeah, exactly.
Because I'm going to be honest, the military, I don't think it's. I've never seen fraud, but I've sure seen waste and abuse.
Oh, let's put it this way. I've seen waste in road departments here. So I know it happens in the military. Where, like, one time they literally paved a road. 2 weeks later, they went through, graded the road, and then repaved it. Why? The budget required it being done. The budget. In order to spend the money, they had to redo the road, then redo what they redid. Because, yeah.
Well, one of the things that most people don't know, at least, and this is how the Air Force works, is so you get an annual budget. Here's the thing. That annual budget has to be spent quarterly. So you either have to spend a certain amount of, you have to spend at least a quarter of amount of that, or project you're going to spend a quarter amount during that time, or the military will take that money or some
and reallocate.
Yes, exactly. Reallocate. And so, of course, we spent money because we had to. And I swear to God, every fucking year this shit would happen. It's like, oh, okay, everybody come down here. What? Okay, we need to spend, we've got this much money now, and we need to spend it. It's like, where was this fucking money, 6 months ago when we needed it? Oh, no. We got to get, we have it. So blah, blah, blah. We got to spend it. Otherwise, we won't get the same budget next year because we can't justify the cost of what we were doing. So I shit you not. One of the things they did when they redid one of my offices in the office below me was they put in 25 monitors all up in the fucking, all up in the ceiling. Do you know what those monitors were connected to? Nothing. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. They were just there. I watched them get installed because I worked in a place where you couldn't have people with a red badge in, which are unapproved people for classified stuff, and we had to monitor them. I watched them put them all up, and then I spent the next 2 years in that office, and none of those monitors ever got turned on or used for anything. And it was like, why did we bother with this?
Because eventually maybe it'll be needed.
Oh, don't get me started on that one. Well, we have a plan. No. You don't have a plan. You're just making up bullshit and you fucking know it.
Yep.
That was such. Well, we have a plan to use them for no, you don't. You're just making shit up. And I used to call that. It's one of the reasons I used to get in so much trouble because I'd call that bullshit out. I was like, why are we blowing money? We could have these. What do they spend? $500 on each of these goddamn monitors they put up. TV monitor. Take your pick, what you want to call it. We blew all that money on 50 fucking monitors. There, we could have got some ups replaced. We could have got some computers upgraded. We could have done all kinds of other shit. We could have got better chairs, but no, we had to get fucking TVs that don't do a damn thing. And that's just the one incident I saw of that stuff.
Well, I could have gotten some fakes for a lot less and then did some real computer stuff. But yeah, why not?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it was just ridiculous. I mean, shit, between that and no, at least we got the floor mats for our the one thing I did like was we got the floor mats for our chairs so we could slide back a little more. I was like, oh yeah, that was really needed.
Of course it was. Awesome. And Elihu went to the pastry shop and is back. What's going on, Elihu?
I think it's funny because the days I want to mow the lawn, that's the day it rains. And I'm like, okay, God, I guess I'm going to have to do this on a day I don't want to mow.
Right.
I'm going to get going, guys.
Well, before you go, Bird, what time are you going to be on?
3:05 p.m. We'll be doing District 9 for Cinema Saturday.
Awesome. Good to hear that. And I think with that, we're going to go ahead and wrap things up. I do want to thank everybody who's been on the panel and everybody who's been in the chat. Thank you so much. Do you remember that today is the feature channel is Michael T. High Desert Comics. Look in the description below. You can get linked directly to his channel. Tomorrow, I will have a different channel for the featured channel. Have a good day.
Later.
Later.
Later.